No. Can you put it right here?
Gotta get one of those magnetic things. What music?
Okay.
This is who actually created Batty Batty Shot O'Clock, that saying.
She don't want to sue him?
Yeah. But she's gonna be appearing on the Baddies USA.
Should I talk to her?
I don't know, people say I think that Natalie might be on her hit list.
I haven't talked to her, man. We're going to give her $a few million, so drop this shit.
72 minutes, and 5 billion people would be dead.
Do you think there will be a nuclear war?
So I've interviewed former secretaries of defense, former nuclear sub-commanders, the Secret Service, and what I learned was, oh my God.
Annie Jacobson, an investigative researcher and writer who specializes in uncovering the world's biggest secrets.
We are one misunderstanding away from nuclear apocalypse, and yet you have presidents threatening nuclear war. In fact, the President of the United States doesn't need to ask anyone to launch a nuclear missile.
It makes me realize how important the decision to pick our leaders is.
Nothing could be more important.
Could you play out a scenario where nuclear war broke out?
Yes, and I can describe in painstaking, horrific detail precisely what happens. So, but after nuclear war, the survivors would be forced to live on.
If you want to know something about yourself, sit on your bed one night and say, what's one thing wrong that I know I'm doing wrong, that I could fix, that I would fix? You meditate on that, you'll get an answer. And it won't be one you want, but it'll be the necessary one. When you're trapped, some of it's your own inadequacy. What you can do to begin with is every bloody thing you possibly can do to put yourself in the most virtuous and powerful negotiating position possible. Wherever I go in the world, people come up to me. They often have a pretty rough story to relate. It's an awful thing because you see, even in the revelation of their triumph, the initial depth of their despair. So I wouldn't change that. But it's not nothing. It's certainly not just happiness. It's better than happiness, but it's almost unbearable.
Quick one. Can you do me a favor if you're listening to this and hit the subscribe button, the follow button, wherever you're listening to this podcast? Thank you so much. The conversation you guys have been waiting for. I say that because of the thousands and thousands of messages I've had since I announced that Jordan Peterson, the man himself, all the way from Canada, came here to sit in my kitchen and have a conversation with me. And what a conversation it was. One of the most moving moments in the history of this podcast takes place in this conversation. And I think the thing that people love about Jordan Peterson is his unrelenting desire to just say what he believes to be true, not what he believes to be correct, not what people want to hear, not what people will be happy to hear. And it's because of that, it's because of his pursuit of truth that he's managed to change.
This is driving me insane. To make a lot of money, you don't need to be a genius. You just need to remember a few key things.
Ramit Sethi,
Financial expert, the money man.
New York Times bestseller.
Has more than 20,000 documented success stories. This is your chance to never worry about money again. You can live a rich life regardless of where you came from, regardless of your income.
How many people are clear on what their rich life looks like?
Less than 1%. When I talk to people who have a spending problem, 100% of the time, they always say the same thing. I just need to earn more. If you doubled your income today, do you think your problems would disappear? No.
Some of the stats I pulled out from your book, about 25% of people who make $100,000 a year plus are still living paycheck to paycheck.
Makes us realize that maybe the things we think we need are things that we have been socially taught are important. For example, owning a house is the best investment. It means you are successful, but it can be a very bad financial decision. There are far better, far simpler investments.
So I've got £100 that I want to invest. Where do I start?
I love that we're getting into the nuts and bolts. Let's do this exercise together, and everyone can do this. First off, and then
Got it.
now there's just one more thing you have to do. Do you know the math?
I would have 736,000 in my account.
Yeah.
Ramit's 10 money rules.
This is where the real wealth is created.
Number 1. This episode,
Men who ejaculate 21 times or more a month are less likely to develop prostate cancer.
Jesus Christ, why?
It's because
Dr. Rita Malik,
Board certified urologist.
expert on sexual
So I gotta start putting in the work. Sometime soon.
And a rock star in educating the public.
On the facts and myths of sex.
Rena, I want to start with this idea that other couples are having significantly more sex than we are.
Big myth. People are having sex about once a week.
Will my penis get smaller as I age?
It can. So in terms of how do we maintain our penile size, you need to have.
Is there a disparity between how long we think sex should take and how long it actually takes?
Yeah, we all think it lasts longer. Women want it to be 18 to 25 minutes. Men are a little on the shorter side, like maybe 12 minutes.
Is there like an average time?
5.1 to 5.7 minutes.
And is too much masturbation going to have an adverse effect for men and women?
Masturbation is generally safe as long as you don't. That's when it becomes a problem.
Rena, do we understand our bodies as it relates to our sexual health?
Not at all. For example, with pelvic floor, it's involved in orgasm, it's involved in sexual function, but no one really talks about it. In fact, men will be shocked, oh, I have a pelvic floor too. And there's a whole host of issues that can come from having a weak pelvic floor, including erectile dysfunction.
So how can I strengthen my pelvic floor?
Pelvic floor exercises, they're going to increase orgasm, they're going to make your semen propel further, and ultimately it would be something as simple as.
It's absolutely crazy to me that so many of you have decided to watch our show, and so many of you have decided to subscribe to our show. We now have 5 million subscribers on YouTube, which is a number that I just can't comprehend, and it's a dream that I absolutely never could have had. We started the Diary of a CEO just over 3 years ago now, and in my wildest expectations, we might have had 100,000 subscribers by now. So you can imagine how shocked I am that so many of you have chosen to tune into these conversations every week, and spend some time with us. So thank you. And I made a deal with you. I made a deal that if you subscribe to this show, that we would continue to raise the bar. And in 2024, we're going to raise the bar like never before. I've been working for the last 9 months on a surprise for all of you that have subscribed to this show, and I'm very excited to deliver that for you. The production's going to change. We're going to go even further with our guests, and we're going to tell even more global stories. So as always, if you appreciate what we're doing here, the simple, free favor I'll ask from you is to hit the subscribe button. Let's get on with the episode. Dr. Rena Malik, with all of your work, what is it that you're seeking to do?
So what I'm seeking to do is have people understand that sexual health is health. I think we have so much misunderstanding about one, what is good sexual health? Why is good sex important? Why is it good to have good sexual health? And that
Terry Crews.
The man who changed the game for digital creators everywhere. The ultimate innovator, Jimmy Donaldson, aka Mr. Beast.
Thank you for having me, everybody. It's an honor to be here. Terry, thank you for the nice introduction, man. I appreciate it. Thank you, too. So, the special thing about this talk is it isn't just Terry, it's not just me, but we also have another special guest for you guys. We brought arguably the biggest streamer to ever exist, iShowSpeed. Sit him on out.
Welcome to my family.
Everything is real, man.
Side presentation.
Oh my God.
Love y'all
All right. Have a seat, guys. Have a seat. You are looking at two of the most famous people on earth. Period. These guys are kings at what they do. But let's talk about the journey, man. I mean, it's a little bit, we see where you are right now, but everybody wants to know, how did you get here? What were the things that you did just to get to this point? I'm going to start with you, Jimmy.
Yeah. Well, it's like me asking you guys, how did you get where you are? Summarizing it at a high level, let me think. Basically, I spent my teenage years really obsessing over what is it that makes people want to watch a piece of content? Why do certain pieces of content get hundreds of millions of views? And I just kind of studied virality and obsessed over how do I make a piece of content that people, no matter where they are in the world, they would enjoy it. And that's kind of what, at a high level, I spent a decade of my life doing it. It kind of started off with me when I was younger. I counted to 100,000. I just sat at a computer counting for 40 hours straight. And people all around the world were like, what is this idiot doing? And then from there, as I started making money, I started giving it away, doing philanthropic things and doing these bigger and bigger spectacles. And that montage, it showed I buried myself alive for 7 days. So we dug a coffin, put it 10 feet underground, buried me alive for a week. And we just kept doing cooler pieces of content where no matter where you are, if you're in Asia or America or in the Middle East, someone burying themselves alive or someone ordering some food on a delivery app and then tipping the person $1 million, that's content that you find entertaining. And so just really obsessed over how to make global entertaining spectacles that people would enjoy. And yeah, I've been doing that since I was 11 years old. I'm 17 now, and here we are. And then also Speed, I mean, he has an equally crazy story. I mean, this guy can't go anywhere without a horde of people following him.
Yeah, me and Beast kind of started way, we do the same thing, but it's not the same thing. But
I'm over here, he's completely over there.
Yeah, well, the same lane, kind of. But I started when I was 15, young. I always just loved streaming. I always was in love with streaming, content creation. Grew up watching Mr. Beast. He was an inspiration of mine when I was a kid. I'm 20 now. But as a 15-year-old kid, I was always obsessed with streaming. And I always had this character to me, these tweaks. I was always athletic. I was funny, that and third. So I started streaming. And once I started streaming, I felt like what I always kept something towards me. I always kept the authenticity. I always put authenticity over virality, because when you stay to yourself and stay grounded to yourself, you can get way more farther, and your mental is way better, once you just stay true to yourself. So as spring kept going, kept growing, I just stayed true to myself, grew as a person, grew as an individual, and I'm here now, so it's great to be here, to talk about here at Joy Forum, let's go. So it's fun.
Well, and one of the things, being very humble, one of the things he also did really well is obviously football is very global, and he is very attached to it. He's very athletic. He's doing a lot of content where talking about Ronaldo and talking about what's updated the whole world. Yeah. And so he, I don't know whether he did it intentionally or not. It was very genius. Basically, rode the biggest sport in the world while being very charismatic, very much himself, and that gave him a lot of global appeal, because basically everyone knows and watches football. And since he became kind of synonymous with that, especially in the social media world, it just took him to crazy heights.
I want to ask you guys, did you ever think it would be this big? I mean, you both started very, very young. But did you have this global mindset when you started out, or were you just, did it sneak up on you? You know what I mean? Go ahead, Speed.
Well, me, heck no. I mean, I would have never thought I got 50 million subs now. I'm known all over the world now. I wouldn't, if you asked me this 5 years ago, even 3 years ago, I'd be like, hell no. So, but I mean, obviously, I'm still growing now. I'm only 20 now, so it's more that I even got to learn from what I know now. But I would have never thought that I even got this far, but things happen.
How about you, Jim?
Yeah, well, that's what's fun is I was in a similar boat as him. I started blowing up in my late teenage years, and so it's funny seeing him, because he's still 20. I remember back when I was 20 years old, and so I just have more years on the table than he does. But yeah, when I started when I was 11, I was just like, I want to be able to provide for my mom. Like, that would make me elated. Now I have 500 employees, and we're scaling rapidly, and it's definitely crazier than I ever could have imagined. But the crazy thing is, it's just social media platforms are just growing year over year, and as they get bigger, so do our audiences, because we're the largest creators, and so it's pretty wild. Like, if you think about it, 20 years ago, there wasn't like a TV show that people all across the world watched. There wasn't like every country has its own TV networks and stations, and so it wasn't really possible to have this much reach where, an average one of our videos will get 250, 300 million views. So you grab 33 random people anywhere on the planet, and on average, one of them has seen our newest video, which is kind of crazy when you think about it. But that just wouldn't have existed decades ago because there was no media, there was no channel where that could happen. And so that's the beauty of social media. Is like a website like YouTube, they're probably at 2.5 billion monthly users now. So, it's over a third of the world, around a third of the world. And so if these trends keep continuing and social media platforms keep growing, the largest creators are just able to reach literal percentage points of humans alive. And it's this is all relatively new things that we're seeing flush out in real time. So it's pretty.
So we can look them up, just put it on the radio, and then we just talk about it.
Yeah.
I was in a similar boat as him. I started blowing up in my late teenage years, and so it's funny seeing him because he's still 20. I remember back when I was 20 years old, and so I just have more years on the table than he does. But yeah, when I started when I was 11, I was just like, I want to be able to provide for my mom. Like that would make me elated. Now I have like 500 employees, and we're scaling rapidly, and it's definitely crazier than I ever could have imagined. And but the crazy thing is, it's just social media platforms are just growing year over year, and as they get bigger, so do our audiences because we're the largest creators, and so it's pretty wild. Like, if you think about it, 20 years ago, there wasn't like a TV show that people all across the world watched. There wasn't like every country has its own TV networks and stations, and so it wasn't really possible to have this much reach where an average one of our videos will get 250, 300 million views. So you grab 33 random people anywhere on the planet, and on average, one of them has seen our newest video, which is kind of crazy when you think about it. But that just wouldn't have existed decades ago because there was no media, there was no channel where that could happen. And so that's the beauty of social media. Is like a website like YouTube, they're probably at 2.5 billion monthly users now. So, it's over a third of the world, around a third of the world. And so if these trends keep continuing and social media platforms keep growing, the largest creators are just able to reach, literal percentage points of humans alive. And it's this is all relatively new things that we're seeing flush out in real time. And so it's pretty crazy.
I see this time. This is what I love about what you're saying when you're talking about the growth of the social media platforms. I'm a little older than YouTube.
Maybe just a smidge.
Just a smidge. I started out in the sports world. I was a football player who didn't start acting until I was 30, and didn't know it was my gift. Didn't know, but it was a different time then. Back then, when the celebrities. Hollywood basically told you who the celebrities were, and you believed them. But what I like now is that the shine is off celebrity, and you get to pick who you want. It's kind of different. Now, someone who's sitting just like you guys were can be bigger than the Hollywood movie stars. It's never been a time in human history where it's been like that. And that's why I look at this as an opportunity for everybody out there. If you have, but see, you guys had to work, man.
Hey, I started with nothing. I started with a PlayStation 4, and I'm pretty sure any kid out there has a PlayStation or any console in their room. So I didn't have nothing. So you can start off from anywhere. Seriously, like you don't need the best of the best of equipment. I promise you. When it comes to
that's real. And my next question, and you brought it up earlier, authenticity. This question is for both of you. How do you guys keep it real when millions of people are watching? One thing that a lot of people are really scared of is showing themselves in front of the camera, and showing themselves to the world because, they face ridicule, they face a lot of everything. Talk to me about that process and how you go through it.
I can kick it off. Speed his content revolves around him solely. I have more people in my videos, so he'll probably, if you're trying to be really, really, one-on-one with your audience, he might probably have better advice than me. But for the most part, with me, agreed. You want to be able to connect, and it's even harder because we have such global audiences and people all around the world care about different things and grew up differently and things like that. And so one of the ways that I connect with them, that's why it might seem silly why.
Brian said West Broad Street and what? There's something going on Sullivan, stolen car.
Like I referenced earlier, why I buried myself alive for 7 days. But that video is essentially me in a coffin just communicating with my fan base for 15, 20 minutes, because the whole video is just me being buried alive. Or I spent 7 days on a deserted island, 7 days in solitary confinement. We do a lot of videos where we trap me in things that aren't as fun, but it's just basically a video that revolves around me doing something. And so then I can be vulnerable about the experience and I can connect with my audience. And so for us, it's just mixing in content that allows you to do it. And it is very important because that is the appeal of social media. Is it's not, Speed's not playing a scripted character, he's being himself. So people, like I see some little kids over here, they probably watch Speed stream, and so, they know him like they know their friends. They probably know Speed better than they know their friends just because they've seen him talk more, they've watched him more, they've heard him speak more, they know more about him, and that's kind of the appeal. If you're not being authentic, people can tell. Like you can't hide it. Like he probably has, I'm just making up a number, but over 10,000 hours of him talking on the internet. Like if he was trying to be someone he's not, people would have noticed. They would have seen a bunch of inconsistencies, and then it just destroys the allure of it.
Yeah, I mean, like the thing would be, I'm 24/7 talking with my fans. I'm a streamer, so I got the chat literally attached to my hand, looking at chat 24/7, talking to them. Inside jokes. I see my fans as my friends, so it's like basically talking to your friends. You just get a connection with them because I'm just with them every day, 24/7, talking to them, and things happen during the stream, and you grow. It's like you growing with your friends, So that's why with me it's super different because I'm just always talking to them. I'm always on the camera. Hours, like I was live for 35 days just recently, 800 hours straight. So
he did a live stream where he went to every state in America, didn't stop streaming for 35 days. He streamed when he was sleeping, everything for 35 days straight.
So with that, you just gain just a good bond. You just gain a good connection with them,
No, I can see that. I can see that. This is crazy, man. And I love the connection that you have with your audiences. And that is the definition of being authentic. It's funny because I had a question come to me when I had some success after White Chicks and Everybody Hates Chris and The Expendables, and people were like, this guy came up to me, he said, hey man, how do you keep up your image? And I said, you don't have one. You just be you. And that's the easiest way to be. And that's the next question I want to ask you guys is, just like I was given this question, what is your piece of advice, your top 3 pieces of advice for the next generation of streamers, of celebrities, of people who really want to reach that level that you guys have? 3 things.
For one, I would say, obviously this might be the most cliche one, but it really like means a lot, is be yourself. Like, don't try to become me, try to become a better me, you know, like don't try to chase on what I did. Do something, like become better than me. Don't become like me, become better than me. So that's the first one that I would say. The second one that I would say is peace.
I can jump in and help. Well, I think, yes, that in terms of making the content successful is important. In general, you know, I know this is being broadcasted, and obviously due to our fan base, a lot of younger people are going to see it. I think in general, you should, my biggest thing has always been surround yourself with people who make you what you want to be. You know, obviously if you spend, you know, the next year, a couple hours a day with BSB, you would naturally be infinitely more successful as a content creator. You don't have that ability, but who are the people, you know, the people who go to your school or in your friend group that you can surround yourself with that will push you to be the version of you that, you know, would actually be successful in that. So really, you know, if your closest friends, you know, don't care at all about social media or being successful in that regard, then the probability of you succeeding is infinitely lower. So I would start with, who are you around? What kind of stuff are you consuming? And then when you do get into creating content, find something that you deeply enjoy, because it's, if you look at the data, the number one most coveted job in developed societies is people want to be a YouTuber. That's just like, you know, 20 years ago, like especially in the West, it was they wanted to be an astronaut or this or that. Now they just want to be a YouTuber. It's like, it crushes every other job by a mile. And so many tens of millions of people are gunning for it. The reality is, like, I mean, it took him years, it took me decades to make, or over a decade to make it. And if you don't love it, you're gonna quit way before you even make it. So it's
something that you gotta fall in love with, and you gotta put your all into it. You gotta be very determined, because there's millions of other creators that's trying to do the same thing. So
the thought of you doing it for 10 years before anyone potentially watching you, which is a real scenario for a lot of people, you know, makes you want to vomit and scares you away, then it's probably not for you. But if you hear that and you go, well, I love doing it, and this is what I'm deeply passionate about, and in my case, when I was 11, I was like, I'm going to become a YouTuber or I'm going to die trying. Those were the only two outcomes. You kind of need that level of stubbornness, because to make content that people watch, it has to be better than what's out there. It's going to take you many years to develop those skills. So you have people around you who push you, who make you better, who are also obsessed, and you're making content that you deeply enjoy making, and you're fine with doing for a very long time without anyone watching. You at least have the guardrails to achieve success, in my opinion.
Wow, this is good. Is that 2? We got one more left.
His third one, we'll make his the third one.
We got one more piece of advice left.
All right, let's get one more out of speed.
Okay, one more I would say is, you kind of just push all the buttons.
Good.
Derek, putting him on the spot.
I got
another question on the spot, because he kind of like really like generalized it, you know, like to a point. But another one that I could say is, when it gets hard, it's going to get hard. It's definitely going to get hard, and it's going to be a point where nothing's growing. It might be full viewers, you know. I started off with no viewers. So when you get to that point, that wall, like that wall breaker, it happens to everybody, every creator out there who wants to do this. You know, you just got to push through that, try something new, and keep going. You know, you got to find a new lane. So I started off with 0 viewers, 1 viewer, but I kept going. So,
you know, to allude to the point that you just brought up about it being hard, one thing, I'm gonna add this question because it's not on the list, but you know, the thing about social media is that it can be unforgiving. And what I mean is the comments. Everybody, you know, you see the comments, you hear the comments. How have you guys dealt with really, you know, bad treatment or comments or, you know, things that can really affect your mental health? This is one thing that I wanted to bring up, especially with young streamers and different things. How have you guys dealt with naysayers or what you call haters?
I mean, it got to me to a point early in my career. I wasn't used to it, you know, but at the end of the day, you're on the internet, and people are going to say whatever they want about you. People are going to say whatever. They can say whatever about you because you put yourself on the internet. You put yourself in them shoes, but as growing on the internet and streaming for like the past 5 years, I got better at it, but I just tuned to like realize that people are gonna, like, whatever, like, you could do the best thing in the world and somebody will still nitpick or say anything bad about that. So what I just started to realize is just, you know, you just got to keep going. You know, you can't listen to it. You know, it don't. Which be.
Yeah, no, I mean, I'll echo on what he's saying and do a +1. And the way I like to view it is exactly what he said. At the scale our audiences is, someone's always going to have an issue with what you're doing. And so it's more a percentage game, right? Like if he does a live stream, 5 million people watch it. You know, if there's only 100 negative comments and there's 10,000 positive ones, then, you know, you did something right. Like, very few things in the world can you get 99% of people to agree on. And so it's just looking, because that's where a lot of people run into issues, is they'll, read 20, 30 comments, they'll see 2 or 3 negative ones, and then we'll zoom out and look at the macro and realize it's just a very small percentage. And so it, you know, best case scenario, which is easier said than done, and even I relapse, is just to not, you know, get emotional when reading it. Just look at comments as objective feedback. And, you know, if majority of them are like, this is awesome, then you're good. If, you know, 10, 20% roughly are saying something like, oh, I didn't like this, or I didn't think this was creative enough, you know, ideally you can just turn off your emotion and just internalize it and be like, okay, like, why do fans feel that way, and then apply it. Easier said than done, but that mental toughness, I think, helps a lot. And just you know, making sure you're in the right frame of mind when you're scrolling it, and make it a little more objective and less emotional, if that makes sense.
That is perfect. And I want to add something to that. Both of those answers were perfect. I'll never forget the first time, you know, I started really getting into my comments, and I saw one, you know, it's like, hey, Terry, you stink. And I was like, I'm Mr. Old Spice. So
I was saying, and then he did an Old Spice commercial.
I was like, but then...
Wait, actually, on that, can you still do the peck thing from the Old Spice commercial?
That's how I opened the show.
I gotta learn that one.
Wait, how many
you gotta teach me that?
I know, I will.
How many?
Put your hands together and just squeeze them together like this. Look at that, it's moving. They're moving. Just squeeze your hands together. There.
This is the riveting stuff they came here for.
The tutorial. But no, I'm gonna tell you what happened. When I responded to this guy who said you stink, and what was happening is I was getting all into him, and it's what you said. It's like you can't put the attention on the negativity. And I got another comment that said, hey, Terry, you know, we love you, and you never answer us back, but you always answer when people say bad stuff to you. And that really affected me. And I realized that.
Yeah.
I was like, I'm always, I said, now I have to respond to people who like me and really do what I do for them, you know, and that changed my whole frame of mind. It made my experience on the internet a lot better. So that's just me right there. I have another question for you guys. Man, everything is changing so fast. When we look at the internet, you look at AI, you look at, man, 1 minute, you know, everything's primitive. The next minute, you can shout a prompt into a microphone and the images come out jumping and screaming. How are you ready for the new changes? How are you going to reinvent yourself? Talk to me a little bit about the future of this game.
Yeah, I mean, that's a fun one. Obviously, everyone sees it. Things are developing very fast. I think in our cases, I think it'll push people more towards authentic content, because I think I saw recently that the amount of AI written articles past the amount of human written articles dropping, and it's growing exponentially. But in the terms of content, as more and more of this stuff that's just trained on models drops, people are going to look more for the authentic stuff. And the beauty of creators like us is we have a long-term brand we built over time, where people know that they can trust our videos and they can rely on them, and it's great content. It's just like, you know, when animation came around, it didn't destroy Christopher Nolan films. You know, we still love them. They're still some of the highest grossing movies ever. And so I think it'll be the same case here, and push people for more authentic, real content.
Yeah, because people will always want the real stuff over the fake stuff at the end of the day.
Yes, and then in terms of tools, though, I think it'll be helpful. Like, you know, it's all across what we do. Even something as little as, you know, when we film like the 1000s in our show Beast Games, which actually we shot some of the episodes here earlier this year. It was a lot of fun. Actually, it was in the studio right beside this one. Pretty funny. Yeah, thank you. It was amazing. I was shocked. Your guys' studio space here and just the talent you have here is mind blowing. And so hoping to shoot a lot more here. But in this regard, just on like, so I was talking about Beast Games. Since we had 1,000 contestants, part of what typical game shows or competition shows would do is they'll just have a story producer walk up to a person, put a camera on them. They're like, "You're the villain. Say this. You're this. Say this." Whereas we just have cameras rolling 24/7, so we don't have to put words in people's mouths. They can just speak whenever, and we get the footage. Downstream effect of that is we leave with more footage than you could ever imagine. Like our season 1 of Beast Games broke the record for most footage ever filmed in a single production, because we have the most cameras ever in a single production, blah, blah. And so, I mean, we're walking away with 100,000 hours of footage. I mean, I could have an army of editors and they can never watch it all. And so that's where it's nice, because, you know, AI can just transcribe what everyone said, and then we can search the database. And so if we want footage of someone, you know, being emotional or being excited, we can just search those terms. And so the beauty is it helps the workflow be more efficient. It'll help great editors, in my opinion, be able to accomplish more and achieve more in less time. And so there's a lot of things like that where you never really would have, like when you think of AI, you would have thought, oh, it will transcribe all this audio and then allow your editors to search clips, so they don't have to watch 100,000 hours of footage, they only have to watch 1,000 hours. And there's a lot of benefits like that where it's made my people more productive, and I'm like mind blown. I never would have thought like half the tools we're using would have been a thing.
Have you ever used any of the AI stuff and your stuff?
I mean, have I used ChatGPT? Of course.
Yeah, I mean, I'm talking with just me though. You know what I mean?
There's maybe been one time I was in the country and I searched up ChatGPT, what is it to do in this country? Maybe once or twice. But yeah, yes, I did use it once before. I mean, I don't use it. My content is so like live and raw. I think there's no room for me to use that, because everything is live for me. Like what I'm going to use AI for,
the only instance
when I'm live. You know, he does videos, and your videos are long for like thousands of hours of footage. Mine is just live. I don't have to edit. I don't have to do none of that.
Go ahead.
Well, the only thing I can think of is maybe a live translation, so you could talk to people. That'd be cool.
Yeah, exactly.
Like I saw the business changing, and that's one reason why I moved from acting into hosting, because I knew as a host, when I started hosting America's Got Talent, you can't replace that with anything else. You know what I mean? It's live. It's that energy. You know what I mean? New people coming through. It's that, you know, it's like sports. You know what I mean? When you see sports, how do you see sports being a part of, because I know with you, the way you really, you know, brought football to America like it's never been before. And you, Mr. Beast, I mean, do you guys see yourself involved in any of these new sports that are coming up?
Yeah, I mean,
pickleball is paddleball is one of those.
You mean like new sports?
Yeah, like new sports. You could now you can make one, which is good. Dana White described how he made the UFC, literally created the UFC from scratch a little bit earlier today. You see yourself doing stuff like that?
Maybe in the future I might come up with boxing football. So
you could race
something like that. Yeah.
Race boxing at the end of the race box.
Race boxing.
Hit you in the face and then you run and then they chase you, right?
Yeah. We should break to Saudi Arabia.
Guys, this is awesome, man. Everybody, please put your hands together one more time for Jimmy Donaldson, and AKA Mr. Beast, and I Show Speed. Listen, I'm gonna stand up here because our time is almost up. Now, we've learned one truth, that the world does not wait for permission anymore. The new age of entertainment is powered by purpose, community, and access. And that's what Saudi Arabia is building. A platform where the next generation of creators, athletes, and dreamers can go global from right here. So, to every dreamer in Riyadh and beyond, pick up your camera, your mic, because your stage is open. And I'm gonna hand it to Jimmy Donaldson. Take him out, AKA Mr. Beast.
Oh, wow. hard to follow that one up, but I agree, and I want to echo, because I mean, obviously I look at a lot of data on social media. Tons of people are starting to really crush it over here in Saudi Arabia and the Middle East, and I want to just keep encouraging it. You know, tell your stories, make accounts. I mean, you know, when I started, I was a nobody in a small town, and you know, everyone would make fun of me for wanting to be a YouTuber, and here we are. And you know, I'm sure if you saw Speed 6 years ago, you'd be like, this guy's never going to be, you know, the superstar he is. And so we all start somewhere, and I want to encourage you guys to get out there and you know, really tell your stories and let the world know what you have to say. And Speed, you want to wrap us up?
Wrap this up with a backflip. Y'all know me, man.
Oh, yeah.
All right, I can't do that, but heck yeah, thank you guys for having us. This was amazing.
Thank y'all, Saudi Arabia. Thank you. This was excellent.
When this story hits the airwaves, it's going to transform people's opinion about CIA and the depths to which CIA will dive to collect intelligence that protects Americans. So one of its own officers became a spy, reporting our secrets to a foreign adversary. My wife and I were included in an operation to bait the mole, to make a mistake so that the mole could be found and disclosed.
Your wife is here today, and you've never told this story before, have you?
No. And your curiosity right now is a major issue with CIA because they don't want the world to know who those people are. It's a dangerous game.
Well, obviously my research team tried to figure out who it was. So was this the mole?
Married CIA spies Andrew and Jiki Bustamante were tasked with unraveling one of the greatest intelligence operations in modern history.
Their untold story shows you how to build trust, manipulate, and thrive under pressure.
Way below speed limit.
A foreign ally contacted CIA and said, you have somebody inside your organization sharing information on operations, officers, assets to an enemy country. They deployed us to the country and crafted new identities, new aliases, so that we could build new sources of intelligence and try to find them.
And we were really successful in doing that.
Nobody felt like they were in imminent danger, but then that changed. My presence in the enemy country became known. I called Jiki and said, that's a bit early.
And from that, I knew that something was wrong. Because it is very real that you can be disappeared by a foreign adversary.
Or worse, being captured. And the president can plausibly deny that you're CIA.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the UFO Whistleblower Marathon. This is a 3-part series. Each one of these 3 men have testified under oath in front of Congress. Our first guest is Michael Herrera, who witnessed a human trafficking operation in Indonesia where UFOs were involved. If you like what you see, please like, comment, and subscribe to the channel. Leave us a review on both Spotify and Apple Podcasts. And for those of you that are content creators, we've seen you taking our episodes and making your own content out of it, and we love it. In fact, we made it super easy on you. Go in the description. There's a file down there. It has lots of free produced reels for you to make whatever content you want out of it, monetize it, make money, do whatever you do. All we ask is just tag the show. Love you all. Please enjoy the show. There's 2 more coming. Michael Herrera.
John.
Welcome to the show, man.
Thank you for having me here, brother.
It's an honor.
No, the honor is mine, dude. Seriously, there's so many people that are pivotal in this environment, I should say, that you've placed in this chair that have made other people uncomfortable with what they've talked about. A lot of people who understand not all is what it appears. So hopefully I get to add to that and share with the rest of the world, at least in the sense of what you're doing, because like I told you, I'm not talking to media about this.
Well, I appreciate it, brother.
Well, you're all about the truth these days just as much as I am, and it's ridiculous how much is being concealed for a narrative, and frankly, I'm disgusted with it.
I am too. You know, we try to do a number of things here, and the things that I try to do is document history from our military heroes, because nobody else is doing it. Bring truth, uncover corruption, and bring hope. We bring a lot of hope. You know, a lot of guys that are struggling, and women, you know what I mean, that are struggling and overcoming all that trauma. That's what we try to do here. And with you, we're bringing truth.
Yes, we are.
So,
and out of that, I want to bring hope too. You know, it's not just with what I'm dealing with amongst the other people here that, you know, have amazing stories too. As much as it sounds outlandish, and don't get me wrong, I think, you know, I can agree to that, at least with the outside perspective. Because before my event, I was actually very skeptical on it. I'm like, oh, that doesn't exist. ETs don't exist, aliens don't exist, it's only out of movies and stuff, and it scared the shit out of me when I was a kid, you know, some of those movies. But then this event changed my life in that degree because it confirmed a lot that day. It confirmed
Cidade Urbana,
not just with, you know, the technology aspect of it, but just the level of corruption, how deep this thing goes.
We don't really have money for it, so I'm waiting.
Needless to say,
hoping
it's
we can
something
come
that
back
was a
on that. If
catalyst
not,
for other things to at least kind
waiting
of change my
for,
life,
like,
to start not looking into it
to send an
directly,
email
but
to
just
Brandon to see how
try
we
to go
used to
deeper.
feel for it.
What actually makes things happen.
Yeah.
But if we need to use a little bit,
So,
take it out.
Well, let me give you a quick here real quick.
Yeah, go for it.
So, Michael Barrera, you were in Indonesia in
Stop it for fuel?
2009. You had a
Why?
UAP
What's
slash
that?
UFO encounter. You were a U.S. Marine, 2nd Battalion, 5th Marines,
Yes.
and you were at Operation Ketsana, correct?
Yes, Ketsana was in the Philippines, and we didn't participate in anything that. We actually got routed to go to Indonesia in that take. We're the only ship. So a lot of people are getting confused with that. The rest of the 7th Fleet stayed there, and we were the only element to actually go to Indonesia for Western Side Squadron.
Think we can make it back with that?
Before we do, everybody that comes on the show gets a
No, I
gift.
just don't know how we're gonna be able to pay the insurance.
Any guesses?
We're gonna put like 50.
Fine.
Better listen, make sure it's not ticketed.
Might be another one going over there.
Let's see what we got here.
These are Vigilance Elite Gummy Bears.
I got some stickers. Nobody else has these stickers, by the way, too.
Nobody else does. But I don't know, fortunately or unfortunately for you, I'm not sure which, those are legal in all 50 states, so you don't have to worry about getting through the airport security or anything. But you live in Colorado, so...
Hey, they got a little bit relaxed laws now. Sean, thank you for the gift, brother.
You're welcome.
Appreciate it.
But, so we connected through Dr. Greer at his conference in D.C., brought in a handful of whistleblowers. You were one of them. Greer came on the show. He wanted a military audience. And to get whistleblowers after the new law got passed, there was protection for people to come out.
And it's funny you say that because 2017, Greer actually came to Colorado. He was hosting an event in Boulder, kind of doing some disclosure, kind of talking about some of the technology with the ATs, UAPs, and just reverse engineer stuff, just kind of go like the whole grand scheme of things. And I had my ex there at the time, and I ended up being a teacher and talk about some things with him. So he was doing a book signing. So I go over to his table, I snag a book, and I'm like, hey, can you sign this? And I was like, by the way, there's some things I need to talk to you about. And he kind of looked at me weird, and I said, it's very serious. So he handed me his card, and he says, don't ever relay this information out to anybody. And me knowing with what I knew at the time, which obviously there was some stuff that were in the works until they recently passed through last year, 2 days either before or after Christmas when they put this law, which I think is the only good thing the administration's done so far, to be realistically speaking. I don't care if that makes me more comfortable or not, but it's helped me out among other people. It might be the only good thing he's ever done. Fast forward to your show. We had him on the first time. And my fiance and me were watching it, and that's when he started relaying the information and started talking about the law that was being passed. And that's when I decided to reach out to him. And he knew exactly who I was, which was great. It was like having talked to a friend for a while, and obviously they call him out of the blue, and it's just like everything just resounds
Speedway
back.
that is close
So
to going to be
I expressed to him,
320,
told
and it would have
him
been
my story,
380,
my encounter with this, and what happened. So then we arranged everything to go, at least to go talk with the Senate Intelligence Committee, Congress, and Pentagon, all that fun stuff. And it was a journey. It was definitely something that opened my eyes to a lot more, because here I'm thinking my event was something that was more specific. But come to find out, I'm just a cog in the wheel with this whole big thing, because there's other facets that I'm also confirming these guys' stories too, to a degree. The corruption, secret organizations that have some pull in this, and obviously some of the nasty stuff that they're doing. And there's other people down the road who are going to corroborate what I'm talking about too. I don't know who they are. Maybe some of the Marines that I encountered this with too. So I'm hoping that that's what's, at least if the message gets put out there from the show, I'm hoping that that's what it does. They can get people to actually do something about it and not be afraid of it like I was. It was 14 years, you know. A lot of weight to carry. You try to sweep it under, but the more you try to do that, whatever you resist persists. It's always a golden rule.
That's a good point. That's a damn good point. So just a quick synopsis here. You responded to a 7.6 magnitude earthquake and a tsunami hit in western Indonesia. Only your crew was routed to that location to provide support. Indonesia has a large terrorist population. Marine crew was armed and tasked to provide security along with medical equipment and food supplies. It was just your unit.
Yes.
Which there was 5 of them, correct?
Yes, there was. And so they ended up choosing the Marines out of my unit, at least in the company, to go out. So it's not like every single Marine in the company was able to do this. They just handpicked people to go on these stinks of 6 Marines. So originally it was supposed to be more of like a deterrence, but also overwatch protection, so that way these helos can drop the supplies. The logistics groups that were a part of it can then render aid or whatever it is to the local population there.
Was it volunteer or were you hand selected? Good way to put it.
Yep.
And I'm just curious, you know, what are you going to accomplish by coming out?
I want other people who have witnessed similar things or are a part of certain things or very understand that what's going on is not acceptable. And this is just a fast election. It may not be the political that's coming out now that people are witnessing with their own eyes. People call them conspiracy theories. What I'm hoping to achieve is to get other people on board to understand that the government supports what we're doing, because they were in the dark about this too. And now they're coming out and they're actually putting the hammer down. Recent bills have been passing as far as legislation through the Senate Intelligence Committee, saying that these corporations have to give the goods here in 6 months, or else there's going to be some consequences they're going to face, either through the judicial system, which obviously the government's got a lot of weight with that. The other aspect of it too is that they're going to ban these companies from doing contracting work for the government, which means they're going to lose billions of dollars. They're going to go broke. So I'm hoping that they actually comply with this measure, because one, this technology is going to help benefit humanity as a whole. Not in a militaristic sense, because that's just foolish. It's more to help out humanity, because now everybody's going to be on the same level technology-wise. I think the common ground here, and the narrative with that is you're hearing people come out, at least in the about ETs being able. My event had nothing to do with ETs. And there's some misconstrued concepts that are going about. The technology may have came from ETs at one point, and that's what we witnessed. But we witnessed much more of a sinister plot with this, that they're using it. For people who don't know, 2009 during this operation, that's where we're responding. Obviously with the humanitarian nature of this, because 31st Marine Expeditionary Unit, that's mainly what the expertise is, at least as far as Marines go. It's never really combat operations for the most part, even though Indonesia, among other parts in that world, are networks for terrorists and insurgents. So having that expertise of going in and trying to help people, I think is also good to us, because it teaches you the balance of it. Instead of being a war fighter, you actually get to help people. Instead of, you know, launching bullets at people, you're still helping people in a different cause. You still get to be heroes for people, which is great. So totally incidental as far as our encounter. When we went onto the slope, because we had our LZ, it was a hasty LZ, and they're dropping supplies. They have, you know, a bunch of stuff, and it's other helos too. They're just kind of forming a perimeter around the city, dropping Marines here. You can provide overwatch. Now, the only thing that's unsettling with this is the fact that they never gave us any comms. You know how risky that is.
You didn't have any comms?
We didn't have any comms. Right. So the Marine that was with me, it was a higher rank than me, was very pissed off about it, because he was a Fallujah Marine, you know, so he went through a lot of shit.
Yeah.
And one of those things, you know, I remember him kept telling me, he's like, if everything ends up going to shit, and you look at me and if I'm fine, it means that you're going to be fine. And I remember him telling us all that in the stick, you know, and he's a good Marine. He's a very outstanding guy. I learned a lot from him during my time in. And about that concept, but then he started picking things apart too. And he wasn't very comfortable with that. But luckily the thing was is that we were still relatively, you know, close enough to the LZ. Because when the bird was supposed to land, because obviously they were coming in, dropping the supplies, and they'd bank off. The last one that would come down to land, that's when we basically run to the helo, 300 meters, you're in good shape, and you have an average combat load, you know, 120 rounds, so to speak, with an M16 4 and a Camelback. Not really much, you know, so you can make that trek relatively quick. But they also have security on those birds too. with the flight crew, with the gunners on sides, they had 50s on them. So if there is some opposition, they're going to meet with those on top of us engaging them. So we were positioned near the slope. You know, it wasn't like a steep grade or anything, but it was enough to obscure what was going on the other side that we had no idea what was going on. So we got, you know, naturally you want to take the high ground so you have observation of everything. And this is when we came across this operation. And it was something that stuck out like a sore thumb, because here you have terrain that is jungle terrain, very green vegetation, things like that. And then you have something that's sticking out right in the middle of an opening. And it looks very odd. It's something that's, you know, I'll remember till the rest of my life. To the day that I leave this earth, I'm going to remember seeing that. And it's just imprisoned here. I had a camera with me. It was a Panasonic cheap camera. You know, it had kind of like a, you know, ancient compared to what you guys set up in the studio, you know. But it was enough at least because it was part of stuff that I've never did humanitarian assistance before. So I was taking videos of them dropping stuff off, things like that, until we trekked up to this point. I was taking some pictures because it's a place you would never really ever go to, at least the real part of Indonesia. It's not like Bali or Surabaya where it's like touristy stuff. Yeah. You know, this is where it's actual cultured people. You're actually seeing reality here. So it's stuff that I kind of wanted to document and just say, you know, I was a part of this. I can look back and say, you know, oh, I remember that. But then looking north past that slope and seeing that down, and I took some video and some pictures of that. And I had, you know, I stuck it in my gun pouch. You know, I was a saw gunner naturally, you know, so I had an M249. That was my favorite weapon. I liked having a belt-fed machine gun as much as a pain in the ass. I liked having that compared to an M16 or an M4. So because we were humanitarian, all they did was give us M16A4s. You know, I had RCOs at that time. They want the ACOGs that had the mills on the sides for windage and stuff like that, as well as M15s. You know, so if we were doing any kind of night range or night operation, we'd have those with our S14s. So it's just a very basic loadout that we were doing. You know, nothing really crazy. And when we saw this happen, and I want to say unidentified because right now it's identified. Everybody knows what they are now. They're either man-made or they're not. And if they're not, the government's coming out and telling people, admitting it, not directly, but they're still admitting it to a degree that it exists. Because why would they spend time with this legislation coming out?
That's a good point.
Why would they do that? If it doesn't exist, why were they going through these measures to basically hold a gun up to these guys' heads and say, you better relinquish this technology or else? They're not just doing it, and knowing and seeing this unfold, even being in this position of having to brief the Senate Intelligence among the Special Intelligence Service too, which oversees the letter agencies, because they have no idea what's going on either. But the fact that all of us coming together and making this loud amount of noise to get something done about it is just astounding. And now they're finally, for the first time in history, they're going through with this and actually trying to do something about it for their own understanding, but also know the corruption that's comes from this.
Yeah,
it's multiple different facets.
I mean, you guys already, all five of you, right, already testified in front of Congress.
So we testified to people of the Senate Intelligence Committee, which where there's some Congress people there as well as some senators.
So in front of the Intelligence Committee by the
Senate.
Yeah,
and you know as well as I do, in any kind of setting like that, whether you're in a SCIF, it's all under oath still, because they're having you sign NDAs and things like that. So you're expected to be truthful with this.
Mm-hmm.
And seeing the reaction, it is a very big deal. It was nerve-wracking at first because I'm not used to talking to government officials in that nature. And having the support that they've been giving me as well as the protection is just something that I'm very thankful for. I'm very thankful that they all have open minds of this subject.
I want to tell you all about this new meat delivery service I found called, what I really like about Moink is they are from a small rural farm town in Missouri, LaBelle, Missouri, right by where I grew up, and I love supporting small town business USA. Now, when I started looking into Moink, they educated me on the meat industry, and I want to share with you all a couple of facts, according to Moink magazine. 60% of all pork is produced by one company in the U.S., and that is 100% owned by the Chinese. 4 companies control over 80% of the meat industry in the United States. More than 10,000 different additives are allowed in the U.S. food supply. 99% of chicken, 95% of hogs, 78% of cattle in the U.S. are raised in confinement buildings or feedlots. means they're not moving around freely. 80% of the antibiotics consumed in the U.S. are fed to animals. Here's a stat. In 2016, 18.4 million pounds of antibiotics were sold for livestock. That's what you're eating. Suicide rates amongst farmers are the highest than any other profession, and that includes veterans, believe it or not. I found that alarming. Now here's what Moink is doing to combat some of this stuff, which I really appreciate. Their livestock is 100% born and raised and harvested humanely in the United States of America. Their farms practice regenerative agricultural methods. They are free of GMO, biotics, and all hormones. Alaska salmon, their beef and lamb are grass-fed and grass-finished. Their boxes ship from rural America, right in small-town Missouri. Love it. Their chicken and pork are pasture-raised. So, guys, check them out. Moink. Keep America Farming going by signing up at moinkbox.com/SRS. Right now, listeners on this show get free bacon in your first box. It will be the best bacon you will ever taste, but it's only for a limited time. It's spelled Moink, MOINK, box.com/SRS. That's moinkbox.com/SRS.
Even though for years there's been a stigma to it. For years there's been a giggle effect because of little green men and flying saucers and all that. I myself never thought to this day that I'd ever seen anything like this. So going back to the event, we decided to get in the tactical column and approach this, right? And we got down the slope, and it's like a clearing and just has this big opening. It's almost a little bit more than a football field because this craft took up the majority of that.
So let's just back up for a minute. Let's describe the setting, because at first you said there were helos doing racetracks around. Is this the same opening that you described earlier that you were watching helos drop supplies?
No.
Okay.
So where this was happening was southwest, at least where the helo insertion points were with the LZs that they were setting up, and they were flying very low in consideration, right? So, and the reason why I know this is because I asked the pilots after this, because I was up on the officers' mess and I knew their call signs, and I approached them and I asked them very respectfully if they noticed anything strange. None of them said anything.
Okay.
So I was trying to see if they could get a view of the topside, because this is just something that's crazy, right?
Yeah.
So, also their call signs all stuck out too, because pilots like to do crazy stuff with their call signs, so it was very easy to track them down. But having this happen on the north part of the slope and it goes down, and obviously, the way it was transitioning colors, which was kind of the way that it appealed, because it was transitioning for a light matte black, a light matte gray to a dark matte black, and just kind of ranging in between, right?
Well, let's rewind a little bit before we get into the description.
Okay.
How far? So, what was the activity with all the other helicopters? Were they active at the time that you saw the?
Honestly,
UAP?
When we started going down there, no.
Okay.
And I don't know, because obviously we were occupied with this.
How far do you think it was?
So from the LZ where we were at was 300 meters roughly, okay, and plus the slope that was concealing plus vegetation. Down the slope it was like 300-400 meters maybe, so we got close. We trucked down quite a bit.
Okay.
About 150 meters outside, 150-200, right, halfway. And
so maybe about a click away.
Possibly, yeah.
At the
The
farthest.
craft itself might have been a click up.
Okay.
Yeah. And as like I said, the reason why I know how big this thing was, because...
Did you see it as you crested the hill?
Yes, I did, and that's where I took videos and pictures of this thing. That's how I was able to see it, because, taking pictures of the chaos going behind and everything, you see in the rubble, burning buildings, flooding and all that kind of stuff. And then you turn around, I'm like...
So you crest this hill.
Yep.
You look down into the valley.
Yep.
And there's a clearing.
There's a clearing
with a UAP.
Yes.
Just sitting there.
Sitting there,
hovering.
rotating clockwise, yep. And that's in transition this color spectrum I was telling you too. And that's why it's something that stuck out. It's not a building, It's not something that you're used to seeing. Maybe topside it could have looked like a building or something that, I don't know. I don't have that perspective. I wasn't a pilot or anything, but I can tell you from our point of view, it's something that it looked very unnatural and abnormal. And that's what got our curiosity to go investigate this. Now, normally, because we would have had comms, you're damn right we'd have called it in. report something suspicious. Maybe get some eyes on the helo, get a hold of their call signs, and try to do them fly around, and they never did. And obviously, we didn't have comms to do it, but they were more occupied with what was going on behind us. So when we trekked down and got around 150 to 200 meters from it, you know, and this is an opening. By the way, there's no tactical advantage being in this situation because you don't have cover. It's jungle. You have concealment, but this kind of concealment with vegetation is not bulletproof. So when we trekked up close, we were attack column, so obviously you have points here, right, each Marine, so you have visuals of the sides, somebody has point and somebody has the rear. And all of a sudden we're enveloped by this military force of, I still to this day don't know who they are. And
How close did you get?
To the craft?
To the craft.
Roughly 200 meters, 150, 200.
Did you get to the bottom of the hill?
Yes.
So you could see, so you saw the top of it, and then you could see underneath of it.
And underneath of it had this platform that was on the ground that was separate from this craft hovering. And it was very weird to see, and I was like, okay, I don't know if that's kind of like a cement pad or something. I don't know if it was like a helo pad or anything like that at first, but then started seeing how the material kind of looked very similar to what the craft was. It's like, well, that's separate. So you have something that's on the ground, stationary, and then you have something that's up top, and it's just rotating in a clockwise position. So right when we got close to it, at least 150, 200 meters out, all of a sudden we were engaged, at least not in a hostile manner, at least, not gunfire or firefight or anything like that. But the way that these guys moved was so fluid, it was so still, it was very, very, very smooth. And it kind of indicated me, after thinking about it for several years, is that these guys have done it for a while because of how smooth this operation was. So when we were in a tactical column going towards the center of this thing, they actually came from the flanks, but it was more of a diagonal, like a corner of the room, so to speak, right? For them, at a tactical advantage, they have interlocking fields of fire on every single person, and they had a team of 8, right? And the gear that they had was black OTV vests, they had black camouflage utilities.
So what you're saying is there would have been no they were professionals.
Yes,
there would have been
yes.
no Mexican standoff where if they fired, they're shooting into their other squad. They had perfect angles.
Yes, they did.
To where both sides could engage you.
Yes. Team of 4, so it was like a fire team element.
Without worrying about a blue on blue situation.
Exactly.
Okay.
So, with that being said, because as they approached us, you could hear the safeties flip off. Now, your attention to detail, when you're seeing this kind of stuff, your senses are very heightened, so you can pick up. I know you being a combat veteran, you know all about that. Your heightened sense of awareness is going through astronomical changes. To
hypervigilant.
Yes. So you can hear stuff a lot clearer. And that's where you kind of picked up the hum that this object was doing along with these guys flipping their safeties off, especially M4s. It's very distinct sound. Anybody in this room who's held M4s and has shot them, M16s, things like that, it's very distinct sound to flipping it off. So we kind of knew, and they started yelling at us. They were like, you're not supposed to fucking be here. What the fuck are you guys doing here? Who the fuck are you with? So they knew they were using the kind of lingo that we were using too, especially the military. So it made me think that at some point these guys actually were uniformed military at one point.
Any accents?
Not accents. It's just like American dialects. How you and I were talking. At one point they said they were going to smoke us. They could throw us over a helicopter. It's very easy to get lost in the jungle out here. They kept saying stuff like that. So after they enveloped us, they all pretty much got in line. They told us to put our weapons, so we all got in line as well. And we had our hands up. We had our weapons slung, and they're having 2 guys watch while there's a guy basically taking our magazines out of our vest. And they're throwing them on the deck and they're kicking them away so we don't have time to react. They also, at the same time, the first thing they did was obviously take our weapon and clear it. But they took the magazine out and they actually held it in a way to where they could pull a charging handle and collect the round and have it not hit the deck. So the way that these guys operated was very smooth. It's very calculated, very precise. You could tell they've done this a lot, or they rehearsed it a lot. Especially combat operations, you're doing terrain model rehearsals, you're doing rehearsals whether you're clearing rooms, trying to figure all that kind of stuff out. These guys kind of did the same thing, I'm assuming, because of how smooth it was. And because as well as I do, you have new guys that join a unit and they're not that fresh. They're very choppy because they have the basic understanding of either how to stack up and do room clearing. And the guys that have done it and been through combat deployments and all that, they're very kind of methodical, very smooth because they know what to expect. These new guys, it's not the same thing. You could tell these guys were seasoned. So as they did that, they actually, each Marine had 2 guys on them. plus one that was taking the stuff off of them. They actually knew where our military IDs were because in Marine Corps order, you have to have them in your left breast pocket.
So there were 15 of these guys, 3 on each Marine.
No. So they had other guys right here, and they had 3 that were just going through each Marine.
Okay.
While other people were holding each Marine at gunpoint. And they're not like super close to us range-wise with, because if you get a muzzle close, I mean, it's easy to grab it and, kind of fend off, especially with a rifle. But these guys were off at a standoff distance, and even if you try to move, they could smoke you.
One search team of 3 guys.
Yes.
And then the rest of the squad was aimed in on.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So, and again, they're not anywhere where they could actually, there was people behind us because obviously if they had to engage, they're going to hit one of their own guys probably. So it's more like they were kind of moving the same way through all of us, all 6 of us, taking our stuff, taking pictures of our military IDs, So they had like these devices that kind of look like a very thin, it looked like a smartphone modern day right now, because in 2009 it wasn't the case. I think the most high-tech thing they had at that time were maybe Blackberries, but they're bulky at that point with the ball, and then they had the flip phone razors and things like that. But these look like something you'd see today. And they were taking pictures of military IDs, and they had some other device that was like reminded me of a BAT system. I don't know if you're familiar with that.
Describe it.
It's like a biometrics tracking system. So what it does is when you come across with an insurgent, you can take pictures of their face, their retinas, fingerprints, something like that. But they were trying to scan our IDs with this thing, and it wasn't working. So they're kind of getting frustrated with it. So as this is going on,
did they collect biometrics from you?
No.
Okay.
No. Which they took pictures of us, but that might be enough. And then they took our IDs, because some people I talked to that are in the special operations community with that, they said, yeah, we have the ability to scan IDs, and it tells us everything about you. Military IDs, driver license, things like that. So it's very high speed stuff. I mean, and considering this was in 2009 compared to now, I mean, of course, they had this thing that they were using to load up stuff. It's very advanced physics, something hovering on the ground, not making any sound, but an audible hum, like a guitar amp or something that's like a transformer.
So it wasn't like, didn't sound like a jet.
No.
Didn't sound like a helicopter.
Hell no.
There was no engine noise.
Nope.
Just a hum.
Just an audible hum. It's very creepy to see because it's not normal.
Was it like a bassy hum?
Yeah. Yep. Okay. Like a guitar. Like if you were to unplug it, I mean, it wasn't the same pitch, but it was like the same kind of sound, same kind of noise that it emitted. And so as they're searching us, we're watching this thing happen, and that's when we started seeing trucks come from our left and go onto this platform. And they were up-armored 350s. I know exactly what 350s are. They were kind of beefier trucks. They were matte black. When they were coming at us, and they go left. And I was glancing between what was going on in front of us with these guys, and then all of a sudden glancing over to what was going on behind them. And that's when I started seeing the key details of this thing. Like it had like a scale pattern on it, kind of like an octagonal, because the craft itself was like an octagonal shape where you could see points. It had a pyramid structure on top that was black, and you can see the shadowing of it as it rotated. But it was rotating very slow. And then it had like these vents on every single corner on the middle part of these the panels anyway. There was like a vat of black. It was like a dark black that would like absorb light. Very weird.
What do you mean by that? A dark black that would absorb light?
So, if you're ever familiar with the BMW, they painted Vanta black. It was like a very super dark black. It's not like a reflective material at all.
A matte black?
Yeah, but very, 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 even darker than matte black.
Okay.
Like you can shine a light at it and it won't even illuminate.
Like the Batmobile?
Kind of, something like that. But it was like very dark. The only way I can describe it was like that Vanta black.
Okay.
And
when you mean absorb light, you're saying if I shine a laser on it, you might not even see the laser.
Correct.
Or it would be very dull.
Correct.
Okay.
Something like that. So we're watching these vehicles, right? These trucks. Now the thing I would say on the front of them, because Humvees, the military has, they have the IR lights on the front near the headlights that you can drive at nighttime with your nods. So they had the same thing because they had the same kind of slits that had the IR lights. But they had weapon cases in the back of each truck bed. And, you could store like a couple hundred weapons, maybe 100 weapons, maybe a platoon, a company-size element. And it was the same Pelican casings that we would use to store stuff when they were transloading, So very big cases on 2 of them in each truck bed. And then they had a shipping container thing. I mean, it looked like a shipping container, but smaller and half the size. And the thing that was different about this is it had a cylinder on the front of it that was towards the truck. It was like parallel to the ground. just a cylinder right on the top of this thing. And for years I thought, okay, you know, like, there's got to be oxygen supply or like a vacuum sealing thing that you would, you know, because obviously I'm thinking it's drugs. I was like, okay, so this is a very advanced way to do that, just years of thinking of this. And come to find out, when I gave my speech in DC on that Saturday for the Disclosure Project with Dr. Greer, he's got a lot of people coming out of the woodwork, by the way. And this gentleman, I'm not going to give any detail. I know a little bit about him, but he works in some of these projects that some very controversial facilities. He's aware of what was going on. After I gave my presentation of this, he confirmed, he says, no, he's like, I don't want to leave Michael hanging out there, but I was not expecting to come and talk to you about this. And he went explaining what the operations do, why they do it, and what they were using them for. And he says, there's not drugs that they're putting in these shipping containers. He says it's humans.
Human trafficking.
Yes. His own words. And, you know, of course, and he also wants to come forward, at least with him and 30 other people that are involved with that part of the work. But it was very disheartening to actually get that information relayed to me, because here I'm thinking for years it's drugs and it's a much sinister thing. But it makes sense because they use natural disasters that people are going to be missing anyway.
Yep.
Scoop up people.
I mean, I've been covering human trafficking this year.
Right.
And it's, you know, a lot of the human trafficking comes from third world countries in distress. You're in a third world area.
Yep.
In distress, right after an earthquake would be, I mean, it's prime time to do a human trafficking operation.
Right.
How big were the containers?
I would say probably 8 feet and 10 feet, 8 feet tall, 10 feet within.
So like maybe half a Connex box?
Yeah, about that.
Okay.
And they were kind of like on the trailer that was underneath was kind of like a regular Humvee trailer that you would see kind of pull stuff, something like that.
How were they being lifted into the craft?
So they were driving onto this platform that was angled to sort of hit, and it just raised up, and they were just driving on this ramp.
Oh, the
but
truck
the whole
would go
thing,
up?
yeah, but the whole thing was a ramp.
Okay.
Like a circular ramp. And I mean, obviously I can't see what's on the other side of it, but I'm assuming because it's a circular pattern that it's going to be the same on the other side. Because they would drive onto this platform, and at that point I saw all the doors open. 4 guys would come out, and then I'd go back to what we're facing here with these guys searching our stuff, asking us questions, taking our IDs, trying to intimidate the crap out of us. And so I can see the guys come out of the truck. And that was making me think too, like, at a tactical advantage, we didn't have that. There's only 6 of us, basically trained infantry Marines. And there's these guys here that are, you know, doing this operation and very skilled, very methodical, very calculated, very precise. And if there's 8 of them, and now all of a sudden every single truck has 4 of these guys, I know that it's not just these guys that are running the perimeter. They could have been 40 or 30 or 40 people.
Yeah.
Could have been a platoon-sized element. And the fact that we have no concealment, we barely have any concealment, because if we were to run and bait off the sides here to go to our flanks, they could just engage us. There's nothing to hide behind.
Yeah.
Vegetation ain't gonna stop bullets, you know, but so there's a lot of questions I have too, because it's, you know, obviously if we would have engaged them, then the whole rest of the force behind us would know about it because they'd have heard the commotion.
Yeah. How many containers do you estimate were put into the craft?
4, because I saw 4 trucks.
4 containers?
Yes. And there could have been more, but at that point where we saw, we could have, you know, because we stumbled onto this thing. We ruined their operation, so to speak, because we weren't allowed to see that.
Let's talk about the craft.
Okay.
How big was it?
300 feet is what I'm estimating, about a football field. And the reason why I say this is because we flew on CH-53 Super Stallions. I'm sure you're familiar with those, your time as a SEAL. They're roughly 100 feet. All right, so from nose to tail, if you lined up 3 of them, it'd fit 3 of them under this craft. Because I can see, you know, especially the operation behind us, you kind of see them off in the distance, so you try to gauge, you know. As a Marine, you're always trying to judge distance, you know what I mean? Because if you're having to engage, but lo and behold, we end up having a surprise right here happen with these guys. But that's how I know it was around 300 feet.
Oh, good. And it was circular.
Circular, it's like an octagon because it had like corners on it that was like an octagon shape, but still circular.
Could you see, was it one smooth piece of metal?
No.
Was it panels?
Panels. Yep.
How Just describe more. Were there windows? Were there
There were not
openings?
windows, nothing I could see like that. It just had that Vanta black vent looking things on each corner. That's all I saw with that. And it had like a octagonal scale pattern that went through it. It honestly reminded me kind of like a design for an F-22 Raptor.
Okay.
You know, I like the top of it and it looks like that.
Yeah.
That's what it kind of reminded me of with it because it would transition those colors. So I suspect, you know, I've had people I've talked to about this to say, well, you know, Lockheed Martin has reverse engineer stuff that's circular. Raytheon, they have triangular craft. And they said it might have been Lockheed because Lockheed also made the F-22.
Interesting.
Similar design concept. Now that I think about it, right, because at this time you're not really thinking about it, you're like, I'm more concerned with these guys and who the hell they are. So after we witnessed the last truck going on there, and we're still dealing with that. I got searched already, of course, and I'm just paying attention to what's going on and making sure my guys are good too. And all of a sudden, the trucks, we never saw them again. They were not on that platform. There was like boxes and stuff that were on that platform. And so I'm assuming they either drove off on the other side or disappeared or where they went. I don't know. But all of a sudden, we noticed that this platform raises off the ground by itself. It doesn't make any noise, by the way. It doesn't disturb anything. It's just,
Before it started gaining elevation,
yeah.
How high off the ground was this?
The actual craft?
Yes.
I would say probably 20 feet.
Okay.
Yeah, good distance. And the platform rose up, but I'd say like the platform was up several feet, right? Probably maybe 5-6 feet, because it was still, look, you know, from the distance, probably about half an inch.
I mean, I'm envisioning the way you're describing this, I'm envisioning an octagon.
Yep.
Rotating clockwise with a drop ramp similar to maybe something you would see on the back of a C-130, C-17, but circular.
But circular and separate. There's no cables, there's no...
Okay.
Yeah.
Was the ramp attached to the craft?
No.
So there was just an opening?
There was just an opening. Like the bottom part of the craft, that was what I'm assuming, because that's where I saw it lift up and go into. It was like the bottom part. It was like the floor itself was like the platform, and they were just rolled up, right? But at the same time, the top part leveled a little bit and went down to meet with this. And as that happened, you start to see it rise up past the tree line. It's not like a super fast and just rapid, it's just like kind of slow. As that's going on, the rotation has not changed. The audible hum has not changed. But
it's not like somebody hit the gas and you hear a different
yeah, it's nothing like that.
noise. It's
No, just constant.
Okay.
Each point on that octagonal shape started to illuminate colors. Like it was just one color per point. It was red, it was green, it was yellow, and it was blue. It was the only colors I saw, and it was rotating, right? As soon as it got to the top of the tree line, like cleared the trees, this thing shot off to the left. And to the left was the ocean, by the way. It was just going west.
How far to the left was the ocean?
Probably a good 1.5 miles, maybe.
That's it?
Yeah.
So you're right on the coastline?
Yeah.
Okay.
Probably, I would say maybe, could be 1.5 miles to 3 miles, I'd estimate, because I mean, that's just estimation, I don't really know. Because it took us a little bit when we landed into the, near Padang City, because we landed at the airstrip, and then we took like a several minute flight going from southwest to like northeast part, roughly. So I'd say probably a couple miles to kind of estimate. And like I said, it didn't change pitches of noise or anything, and it just completely shot off. I mean, it's just like a blur that went left. Didn't make a sonic boom like you'd see a fighter jet when you see the pressure that, you know, the way that happens. It didn't disturb any of the trees like rotor wash would do on a helo or a jet flying the map of the earth and leaving exhaust and blowing the, you know, you kind of see Top Gun movies with that cranks up on that. Nothing. There were even coconuts that you could visibly see on these trees. None of them were disturbed.
Oh shit.
Yeah. And me, I like aircraft, you know, that was my thing. You know, I wanted to be a pilot, but that didn't happen. I wanted to fly the Harrier. And I know about aircraft. I know everything that we've got. I know everything about them. You know, from a little kid, that's all I wanted to do. You know, but obviously, then being infantry was the next best thing. So it wasn't something I've never seen before. Something I know that we didn't have, at least in the conventional wise, on top of the military force that was there.
Ladies and gentlemen, it has been a minute since I've done a Bubs Naturals commercial, but it has not been a minute since I've taken the best shit of my entire life. Actually, just knocked one out this morning. It was amazing. And I'm gonna give you the secret. You ready? Here's the secret. You want the secret for the best shit of your entire life that you could do, I don't know, every day, maybe multiple times a day? Here's the secret. Bubs Naturals Collagen Peptide says it's good for joints, hair, skin, and nails. I'm surprised they don't put on there it'll give you the best shit of your entire life, but hey, I get it, right? And you mix that with the Halo Creamer that's MCT oil. Put these two together, you're gonna have a explosive hell of a day. These things are both Whole30 approved, NSF certified, and USDA approved. So there's that. On top of that, hold on, wait, there's more. If that doesn't get you going, which I guarantee you it will, you've got Bub's new coffee. So this is the first ever coffee bean Whole30 approved, if you can believe that. And we all know coffee can, you know, speed things up a little bit in the morning. But hold on, wait, there's more. Apple cider vinegar gummies. Guys, I'm gonna be honest, I don't know exactly what these things do for you, but here it says, promotes energy, immune support, promotes healthy digestion, and supports healthy metabolism. I can tell you one thing, good luck just eating one of these things, because at the end of the night, I will crush an entire bottle of these. That will not give you the best shit of your life. I wouldn't recommend it. It will speed things up, but you may not like the final outcome. And hold on, wait, there's more. There's more. Bubs came out with a lot of new products. They have these hydrate or die hydration packets, great for post-workout. All this stuff is great for post-workout, especially the collagen protein. Guys, here's another thing about Bubs. Bubs is a tribute company. It's named after Glenn Bubs Doherty, who was a Navy SEAL and a CIA contractor. He died defending our freedom in Benghazi, and Bubs donates a portion of every order to the Glenn Doherty Foundation, and they donate 100% of the proceeds from their products on Veterans Day every year. I love this company. They are just solid people with a solid product, and they just want everybody to experience the best shit of your life. Go to bubsnaturals.com, use the promo code Sean for 20% off. Let's get it going.
We're all hooked up and ready to go. The jump master's got his arm up, getting ready to hit me in the back. And then we see shuffling, and I'm only one of 12 guys that I jump with every time.
He filed a classified complaint under oath, and the Intelligence Community Inspector General said that he found the complaint urgent and credible.
That guy from the back shuffles his way to the front, and it's one of the escorts. He is unmistakable. I get a knock at the door. It's that same guy who cut me out of the door. Hands me a note that said, thinking of you. He's like, hey, sorry, that's your loss, buddy.
I think it gives weight to a lot of the people that have come forward and talked about having direct first-hand experience.
To me, it just felt like somebody looking you dead in the eye and said, I can touch you anytime I want.
Well, when was the assassination attempt?
So we go inside, meet another escort in there. Take us to this freight elevator. One of the guys looks at my dad and is saying to both of us, keep your head down, your eyes on the heels of the man in front of you, or you'll be shot. What could somebody threaten you with to make you turn your back on your own child?
So as that took off, we're also in order to face that slope that we came down. And then, like I said, it's not very high up. I mean, it's high enough to obscure everything to kind of go down in the valley. And so as we turn around, I'm like, fuck, they're gonna do it. I think they were just gonna, you know, fucking rip us right there.
Yeah. Or they're gonna kill you.
Yeah. Does that mean it's like
when Before we get to that,
Yeah.
when you saw this thing take off, I mean, do you have any estimation of speed? Have you seen anything? I mean, was it faster than anything you've seen before?
Yeah.
Was it a normal speed? How?
No, it was faster. It was the fastest thing I've ever seen. It was, I would say, probably for 5,000 miles an hour. I mean, it was instantaneous. It was just like it left a blur.
Okay.
You know, like a jet screaming by going as fast as it possibly could, you can still make the shape and still lock your eyes onto it as it's going. There's no way in hell you could lock your eyes onto this thing as it's moving. That's how fast it was.
Okay.
And eyesight, you know, something moving, your eyes are naturally going to pick up that motion. And this didn't do that. I mean, it was just like, it just left a very fast blur. And like I said, I've never seen anything like that. The way that it moved, the way that it didn't make any sound, completely, you know, didn't change pitch of the hum or anything like that.
Did it go at an upward angle? Was it a straight line?
It just looked like a straight line from what I could see, you know what I
Okay.
mean? It wasn't like it went up in the sky or anything. It was just like went over the trees and was gone.
Okay.
So yeah, I mean, you know, knowing aircraft and things like that, it just wasn't something, you know, something completely faster, something doesn't make any sound. I mean, radar signature, I have no idea, you know, but there's theories that maybe the design of it could not reflect radar signals. I mean, I don't know how that goes. I'm not, you know, I don't work in that project or anything like that, but it's just something that's very odd to see. Very, very alarming.
Did the lights stay on as it took off?
Yep. But you couldn't even see the blurs of lights, but it was just this black blur that just left.
Damn.
Yeah. I mean, it was creepy. It was fucking creepy to see.
Yeah.
And, you know, of course, we're like dumbfounded because you've never seen anything like this. And this is like some Hollywood shit, you know. Make the ships from Independence Day look like a joke, you know, with how fast this thing was. So, it was very, very, very weird to see that. And like I said, as we were ordered to turn towards the slope that we came down, and that's when I thought it was it. I thought they were going to smoke us, you know, and they kept saying that, you know, we can kill you right now. You know, they're, as this is going on, they're talking shit, they're looking at us, they're taking pictures, they're doing, you know, everything that they're trying to do, clear us. So as we turned this, and all of a sudden, I see a sling pass over my head. I'm like, oh fuck, they're gonna strangle me. And it wasn't the case. They actually tightened it so well that when they placed it, and you know, it's crossbody, and obviously the buttstock of the rifle is up on the right shoulder and the muzzle's kind of more towards your left. And they tightened the sling so well that if you try to get it off, it's gonna struggle, right? And they started putting the magazines in, and they put all 6 of them in our vest, but they put it in a way that wasn't tactile. They put them like right side up where you can see the brass, right? Because brass to the grass is usually what we always train our Marines to do. So you just take it out, pop it in, boom, right? And they did in the case it would be tactical, it wouldn't be a tactical advantage to do that. So by the time you get your weapon off, try to put a magazine in and charge it, you're already gonna get smoked.
Yeah.
So
you were standing up when they did this?
Yes. Yep. And when I saw that sling come over, I mean, I was like, fuck, I thought they were gonna strangle me.
Were they talking to you as they were doing this?
Yes, that's when they were saying they're gonna, you know, smoke us, they're gonna kill us, they could shoot us, you know, leave us here to die, stuff like that.
Why do you think they were doing? I mean, it sounds like they were taunting.
They were, and I think, you know, my personal opinion is I think they really wanted to kill us. But if they made any, I mean, because they didn't have suppressors, you know, they had M4, A4s, they had like the high speed setup, they had actual ACOGs. They had the honeycombs on them. They had PEC 16s, which is a step up from what we had. They had steel magazines. Their weapons were like they were brand new.
Do they have nods?
No. They had ball caps, though.
Ball caps?
Yep. They had no insignias, nothing that would signify what their rank was, nothing that would signify what branch if they were. There's nothing to identify. And, you know, law enforcement agencies have typically tried to be uniform with all black, so you can't really identify who they are specifically. And it's like how these guys were doing the same thing. Because I know in AOs, at least where you have friendlies, you want to identify who's what, because that's how you're going to coordinate between everybody, if you know who's friendly, who's not. So if you're having to do anything like airstrikes, close air support, CASEVACs, you know what to say and what they look like. Paint the picture for what you're getting into to provide other people that intel. And these guys were just uniform black, ball caps, and it's just, you know, it's very obvious that these guys didn't want to be identified, but they had American dialects, they had American lingo, similar to what Marines would use, or at least military. So that's why my suspicion is I think that these guys at one point were uniform military, and maybe they got swept in this program, whatever it is.
Could you see their faces?
I did. Three of the guys had facial hair, right? Kind of stubble. Some of them kind of not really long beards, but like an operator look. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
The rest of the guys didn't. Some of them had kind of blonde hair, at least you can see from right here. Some of them had like black hair, and then just regular white complexion. Some of them had blue eyes, some of them brown eyes, and I think one guy that I saw had, he was the one that was mainly focused in on us as we were getting searched. You can see he had kind of like grayish blue eyes. So I don't know what military force, I mean, obviously it's not conventional.
Yeah.
Because, the question, if they ever come out and they decide to ever do this and say, yeah, I was there with these guys, I would have a question. The question would be, why did you let us go? Or what were you guys thinking? Well, why were you guys doing this, for the matter? Because this isn't something that, me consciously, there's a lot of things, especially finding out that this happens to do with human trafficking. Morally, I could never do that.
Yeah.
That's a touchy subject for me.
They might not know.
Yeah. And then that's just it too. I mean, they could have. I mean, maybe the guys in the trucks were more of the darker side of things that were doing the hands-on, and these guys was curious. I mean, there's so many theories with this. I've seen some flack on Reddit about this. And you got all these armchair quarterbacks like, oh, I wouldn't have surrendered my weapon. Oh, yeah? So you get pulled over by a cop. And he's got his gun drawn in. Because, there's some people that's their interaction with police because they're known to be violent people. The cop is not going to take any chances. They're going to pull out their sidearm and they're going to approach the vehicle like this. Tell you to get the fuck out. Right? Are you going to chance anything if this guy is shooting you? If he's holding you at gunpoint? No, you got kids. You got a wife. You got a bunch of stuff to live for. I know these Marines had the same thing. But it's always these people who are going to talk this shit who are not there. Because I know for a fact that I'm here today talking to you about this. I was here, talking to the Pentagon and talking to all these other people about this to testify to them and tell them what happened. And I'm glad that, I'd rather get the flack than have to sit there and actually, whatever story they would have spun up to say that, maybe one Marine got PTSD or something, decided to kill his own squad and then kill himself. Mm-hmm. I mean, whatever they would have spun it to be. If these guys have this kind of technology and these resources, they can do anything.
Yeah.
They're above the law, clearly. So, as they gave us our stuff back and we're going up this slope, they're still talking shit. They're still saying, we can kill you, don't fucking look back or we're gonna smoke you. So as soon as we went over the top and all of a sudden we didn't, they weren't pursuing us and we fucking hightailed it. We ran down this fucking slope, trying not to trip over shit, go to the LZ, and there were still helicopters flying. They were flying relatively low with the shipments that they had that were attached, and then they were landing, dropping the stuff off, and then they were taking off, right? And they were just coming and going back and forth. There was a gunnery sergeant there that was not in my unit. I think he was attached to the ship. It might have been kind of like their logistical support unit or whatever it is, because I know each ship has a logistical support for Marines, right, that are on the ship, either active security, whatever it is. There was a gunnery sergeant there, and he was like fucking pissed because we showed back up and we weren't supposed to, and then we had our weapons, so what were we conditioned for? We tried to play dumb, so obviously we kind of like set up a perimeter and then we adjusted ourselves. Some of my guys, they'd help us get our stuff unslung and then we'd load it back up and, act like everything was normal, but I can tell everybody's faces were like, what the fuck? Very, very concerning stuff. And here's the thing though, if stuff is still going on to this day, which I'm sure it is, because if they're, come to find out, and I know you probably know this, human trafficking is the biggest revenue generator for these guys, for these organizations. Second's drugs, third is weapons. So if they're hitting all three, and obviously they're not going to want to give up their operations being known for that because it's illegal. It's not going to sit very well in the public eye. A lot of people have children. I personally don't have kids, but I know you as a dad would not fucking stand for that kind of shit. Yeah. Because then you have the thought in your head that it's going to be my kids are going to end up like this. That potentially could. It's not a very comfortable thing people realize. And having them known to see this happen, it sucks. And this is kind of more why I'm pressing towards getting the resolution done with this, to make the government aware of it, because if that's going on, it's got to be stopped. That's some evil nature right there. And I can't believe that there are actually people participating in this. And if they know about it, fucking shame on them.
Yeah, it's very interesting. There are two subjects that I really wanted to dive into this year. Is years. I'm fascinated with the UFO, UAP genre.
Right.
And I want to expose as much as possible the stuff about human trafficking and everything that goes into it. We've already started that, and to see these two arenas start to intertwine is, I mean, it's very alarming.
It tells you how much money is being spent. And it tells you that there's companies here that the government doesn't know about that are participating in this.
Yeah.
And it's not even, something that happens in the United States. It may, it definitely does. But to see the operation, because think about it, it's perfect cover. Because let's say if you're hiking somewhere out here and you see that unfold and you try to call the police, you try to call, federal, state, local agencies, or even the military for that matter, try to report this, are they going to take you serious?
No.
They wouldn't.
I mean, it's becoming more and more common as time goes on. But yeah, it's what sucks about this is we're in this time period where everybody knows. Not everybody, but it seemed everybody that I know knows that the media is false. It's fake. They don't report everything. They lie.
No, they don't.
But at the same time, a lot of people won't put any validation or trust in anything that hasn't been covered by mainstream media. So we're in like this time period where there's a transition happening.
There is, and it's thanks to people like you. And I'm glad that there's people with me doing this too, that, it's easy for people to sit there and try to judge what they would have done in these situations. And the bottom line is we have gotten a point in our life, and I don't mean us specifically, but I mean the rest of the world, where they get so disturbed with things, but they don't do anything about it. They want other people to do it. Well, I'm unhappy with the situation. Well, fucking change it or help change it. Yeah. That's what we're trying to do. We're trying to get the word out there. We're trying to get the government, at least the right parts of the government, to do something about this. And, among other things that you see with corruption, for example, you talk about the media. Like, I was a security, at least for my private security firm for the America's Frontline Doctors in Washington, D.C. They came to talk to President Trump about COVID not being as serious as what the media is trying to say it is. They said that vaccinations are not something required to beat this. They were talking about natural immunity. They were talking about all the things that we already knew. Well, people were getting silenced for it. And I'm seeing these doctors, especially Dr. Simone Gold, so they try to wrap her up because she was part of the January 6th thing. But she's actually a really nice lady. But she's explained to us how everything worked because they took us out to dinner, to try to thank us. And it was very cool to network with these people. And then all of a sudden you go after the event and you start seeing the news articles pop up about these people. And it's completely defamation. It's completely stuff that's not even related. It sucks to see because their lives were only ruined for speaking out about the truth. But here's the thing, there comes great risk to stuff. My life doesn't get lavish because of what I'm doing today and what I've been doing. It becomes hell. I've had numerous encounters with fucking helicopters hovering over my house. They were hovering over my dad's house. They get so low where they rattle the walls. Scare the shit out of the animals that we've got. His dogs were going fucking crazy at that point. And he was concerned because he was home and he was like, I've never heard anything like that. So, I've taken videos of this too, but seeing Blackhawks, seeing regular black helicopters that don't even have insignias on them, nothing. And they're just sitting there. But the thing about it that is at least noticeable about this, and it's just kind of there's a hysterical factor to this, how much money they're fucking spending on this to happen, to try to either intimidate me or anybody else for that matter. There's some elected officials and even some government officials I know they're having the same thing happen to them because they've told me about it personally through our encrypted source of what we talk about. So they instructed me that anytime that something like this happens that I could record it, take pictures, because they'll see the timestamps of everything taken and let them know the time and they'll investigate it. Because they can have access to the FAA systems and among other systems that I can actually relay where these people are going. They can listen into their comms, because they have to guide through the FAA air traffic, where they're going. I live by the airport in Denver. And the airspace there is restricted because they have airplanes that are flying, every directions to try to, passenger airliners or whatnot. So it's not a normal flight path for helicopters. That's what stuck out to me. They were doing it at my place of business where they'd fly over, they'd stop, and then, they would bank off. my dad's house to get low, enough. It's just, it doesn't come glamorous by speaking about this.
And you have people maybe that you've met through when you testified in front of the Intelligence Committee that they're helping you. They're telling you, hey, record this shit, timestamp it, let us know any information you can possibly get. Report it.
Because they said they'll look into it because they know, and several of them are having to deal with this personally.
Is this happening to any of the other whistleblowers that you know?
I know it happens to Dr. Greer all the time.
Okay.
Other whistleblowers, I'm not sure.
Okay.
It's not something that, maybe they do notice, because they're hyper vigilant with what's going on. Because, with what we're doing, it's putting us in the spotlight, but it's also putting the fucking crosshairs onto us. And the only thing I'm thankful is coming public with this information, at least if something does happen. And I'm not going to rule that out. But if anything does happen, and it kind of proves what we're talking about to be true. And the reason being is because they would not be going through these measures to try to intimidate for no reason.
Yeah.
We're keeping people up at night because of what we're talking about, and that needs to happen.
Yeah.
So, and I even told these government officials when I had my meetings, I'm like, first and foremost, you guys need to understand something. I am in the right state of mind to do this. I don't feel like harming myself. I don't feel like, because everybody makes the joke that Epstein didn't kill himself. No way in shape or form related to that, right? And so the same goes here. Like I have no means to harm myself. So if anything happens, it's not from me.
Well, thanks for saying that.
Well, yeah, that needs to be on record, and people need to understand that, because if something does, it's not because I turned a gun on myself or anything like this. Specifically, I'm going to talk about something. El Toro, Marine Corps Air Station El Toro. I'm sure you're familiar with that. It was out in California. There was a colonel there that they didn't even know that this was going on his base. But they were flying flights in that had drugs on them. And they were unloading it on his base, and he found out about it, so he went to question them. 2 days later, they find him dead.
Really?
Yep.
Is this on record anywhere?
Yes, it is. You can Google this information. Put Marine Corps Colonel suicide, El Toro. Okay. You can pull this out. Anybody of these viewers can do that too. The family thought it was very alarming because the circumstances. So they did a second opinion for an autopsy. And they said that there was extreme blunt force trauma to his head, which killed him. But then they had a gunshot wound, so there's a shotgun that were supposed to stage to look like a suicide. And so I'm glad that the family actually got the second opinion to say, no, it was blunt force trauma to the back of the head is what killed him, and they tried to make it look like a suicide. And this is a colonel, and the thing that sucks about this is the Marine Corps itself actually tried to use this as a tool to say, suicide awareness is such a big thing, and it happens with every rank, and they were using this guy for this purpose. But then all of a sudden you start delving into this information and seeing that, the reports that he was making about these illegal flights coming in, and they were unloading drugs. It clearly, these guys, it doesn't matter what rank you are, it doesn't matter what position in government you have, it doesn't matter what you do for a living. If you're going against what they're, exposing what they're doing, they're going to get you. So if something does happen, I'm just putting it out there that it's not from my doing. I don't fucking piss anybody up. Maybe in the business world to a degree, but it's not enough for them to sit there and do something like that. And I'm glad that I have a private security firm where I've got some guys who look out for my best interests, and they know what I'm doing. So they've got my back, realistically speaking. And and that's the thing too, is any other whistleblowers who are, because I urge other people to come out. If they're needing protection out of the way, I'll help with that. I'll orchestrate. But the other thing is coming out in the fashion that we did was the best, because now the right people in the government know. So it's almost like having a pit bull that's one to rip you to fucking shreds, but you have this fence that's between you and this pit bull. And I feel like the government's going to be that fence, and along with the spotlight that this put me in.
Yeah.
Because it's unsettling to sit there and see these helicopters, man. It's hysterical. You sit there and wave at them, but it's like, keep wasting your fucking money.
Let's talk about the debrief that happened afterwards.
Yes.
What happened when you got back to your command?
So, when we got back onto the ship, we ended up returning our weapons to the armory, went to our berthing, put our gear away, went back to the flight deck. There was this admiral there. I'd never seen him before. I don't know who he is. But it's just very out of place. He gave a debrief saying, hey, this was good that you guys are doing for these people, which I agree with. But I have no idea who he was. But, I've been on 6 ships, did several humanitarian operations, and not once have I ever seen an admiral on any of them. And this was minor compared to the one in 2011 we did with Fukushima and that natural disaster. Never seen an admiral with that, right? So it's just very out of place. So we went to, after we concluded this operation, we ended up docking in Subic Bay for some liberty. It was at least like 4 days. So the people that we encountered during that event didn't even bother to take my camera or anything. It was in my dump pouch, but it was small enough, so I don't know why they wouldn't have searched it, but they missed it, right? So here I am the whole time thinking like, fucking, I've got something. I'm not fucking crazy. Neither of us are crazy, but we got something that actually backs up if we were to tell anybody about this, and we could show them pictures of it off of a camera and not something like a computer screen where they could doctor it. Well, I spoke too soon, because when we ended up going out that first day, we came back to report back to the ship, and I saw my camera on my rack, and the memory card was out of it, and it was a big memory card, and the battery was out of it, and I just see the camera sitting like, what the fuck? So I checked my locker. It was secure because that's where I had it. And I had some stuff on top of the camera in there, you know, in my locker that were on top of the camera. And I had another battery in there, so I took that battery and I put it in there, and it wouldn't even turn the fuck on. And I had some people reach out to me that said, you know, if you had that camera still to this day, that they could do some data retrieval and maybe able to pick it up. I'm like, but I don't have that camera. You know, I tossed it because the fact that it wouldn't even turn on, it wouldn't do anything. I'm like, fuck, it's just a paperweight. And then, and of course, 2009, you're not thinking of anything with forensics, you know, where they could do something. There was people actually willing to do that, which is great. So somewhere out there, somebody's got this footage. Somebody's got that tape, because there's some reason why they took it. And fun fact is that the other 5 Marines that were with me, they had their phones taken.
Did you look at the pictures before? Did you have a chance
I know
to
I
look at
took
the
pictures and videos of it because I saw the record thing, and I actually can snap the photos, and you can see like it blink. That's the way to describe it. So I knew for a fact.
But you didn't go back and review them? Okay.
No. No.
Why not?
One, I didn't see it when anybody has seen.
Okay.
Just for that reason. You know, it was just something to keep, you know, if anybody doesn't know about it, then if I start telling people, then obviously there's things that may happen. Mm-hmm. And of course, it did happen regardless. Because as soon as we're out in town, all these people, you know, I don't know who it was that did this, by the way, but they didn't even cut my lock. They popped it off somehow because they you know, my lock was still intact. So these guys are obviously know how to do it, and I don't know who it was, but all of a sudden the other Marines had their stuff taken too. And anybody in the platoon, they didn't have any of their stuff touched. It was only us that were there.
Did they take anything else?
No. Nope. So after we get done with that, we end up going back to Okinawa, right? And I'm, you know, this was a regular normal day. It's probably fast forward a month after we end up getting back. And all of a sudden, a duty Marine knocks on my door and says, you need to report up to the CP. I'm like, roger that. So I get my cover, run downstairs, run over, and there's nobody there. I'm like, this is fucking weird. And all of a sudden, like, I go inside, and there's like this big opening in his office, and then they have like these little offices that have these little doors that you can walk into. So all of a sudden, I'm greeted by somebody in Air Force dress blues, and he didn't have a cover on, but he had salt and pepper hair, white complexion, older gentleman. He didn't have a name tag on his uniform, which, come to find out, Air Force regulation states that you have to have a name tag on your uniforms. You know, Marine Corps, we don't do that unless it's our camouflage, or if you're a drill instructor or some kind of instructor or some sort of billet that requires you to do that. So he calls me over, and I go over, give him the proper greeting of the day, and then he tells me, go ahead and sit down over here in this office. So I sit down, and he doesn't even bother to sit down. He just says,
you though?
no, they end up having this thing happen. This guy did separate. Yes, it wasn't all together. So he told us, not allowed to report this. You're not allowed to talk about it to your family, not to your chain of command. I don't care if a general even asks you. You can go to prison for this. You could be executed. And if you want to chance that, by all means, but you need to sign this. So I take the paper and I look at it, and it's a non-disclosure agreement. The only 2 things I can recall to this day is that it said TSSCI, and it said Indonesia. Those are the only things I could recall. But I skimmed through it, and I fucking signed, because here I am thinking, okay, we're just going to forget about this whole fucking ordeal. And yet, this is getting thrown in our face, and here's somebody threatening our fucking lives here with, you know, imprisonment, death, things like that, if we're to talk about this.
Did you ask him any questions?
I tried to ask him who he was, and he didn't say anything. There's some speculation going on about this, because people who know about this, whether it's other whistleblowers and other people who came forward previously, have said that these guys have the ability to impersonate or even play off as their military officials, or anybody for that matter in the government, to try to extract information to see what you know. So I'm not, because it's odd that he didn't have a name tag. He had, the only thing I could tell is that he had a stack of ribbons. Air Force gives ribbons and medals for just about anything, but he had silver jump wings is the only thing I can recall. So other people I've talked to in the military community are still active, just trying to get information. And now they know because I've came out. They were saying that if it was an Air Force officer, that has to do with someone Air Force intelligence, because a lot of them had jump wings, and that's kind of the thing that they like to do. He says because they didn't have any pilot wings or nothing that would signify he was a pilot. It was just those silver jump wings. Yeah. Just with the parachute and had the wreath that come up like this. That's the only thing. And obviously he had the silver oak leaves on his shoulders. But so after dealing with that, it's like, okay, signed it. I'm like, great, just fucking leave it behind. The rest of my career, don't tell anybody about it. Didn't tell my family. I told my dad before I ended up getting out of active duty and go reserves. I said, something I got to tell you. And he even told me this, when I started coming out publicly about it, and after I had gotten through the right part of the government to go ahead and proceed with this. And now he understands what I was trying to tell him, because I said I just have to wait for the right time to do this, because I don't know. I'm kind of freaked out, it's something. And at that point, 2017, is when I met Dr. Greer, and then fast forward to recently in April, making this happen with the government, and telling them and testifying, and briefing them what's going on, So the flack that I'm seeing with this is, there was a guy, apparently it was a Marine that came out with Dr. Greer, it was like more than 10 years ago. I think his name was Joshua or something like that. And he was a Stinger operator, so he was like an anti-air gunner, if you want to call it that. I don't know the MOS. But apparently, he was in South America, he witnessed a crash retrieval. And so he stated the same thing. This paramilitary organization kind of looked very similar. Obviously, this was in the 90s, so they didn't look that dissimilar to what I saw. But he talked to a paramilitary organization. He talked about the noise that this craft made that he saw that was shot down, had a hole in it. So it was a guitar amp, because that's the only way to describe it. If it's reverse engineered, it's going to mimic the same kind of technology that these actual crafts have, right? This paramilitarization, well, yes, that's how they operate. They're not going to be identified in any kind of way. It's going to be a generic black uniforms and gear. So, of course, and, everybody's like, oh, at least the Reddit that I'm seeing, and I said, oh, the Air Force Lieutenant Colonel. Okay, that's another thing. And it probably wasn't the same guy, but the same method. There's only one word that comes to that. It's called corroboration. And it's not the first time that this guy's saying it. It's not the first time that other people have said this, but the thing is, people want to pay attention to when stuff's thrown in their face, such as what I'm doing, and what these other people are doing. There's going to be people who are going to come out after me who are going to talk about the same thing. I know I'm not the only one. And maybe I can get one of my Marines, that were there, to actually come forward, and maybe, ideally it'd be all of them, but I know how this goes. And one guy responded when I had these government officials and Dr. Greer trying to bring one of them forward, and he said absolutely not. He sent a text message saying it's not worth the risk to my family, my life, my career, because he's still in the military. He's a commissioned officer now. And he was very repetitive about that, and he says, don't ever ask me to do this shit again, and you need to get the fuck out of wherever you're in. But it's the response that when I asked him to do this, and that's what he responded to, what else could it be? Yeah. So in a sense, that kind of corroborates it, but it corroborates the seriousness of how they're in fear of their life. Yeah. The other guy, I didn't hear from anything. And even taking my social media down, because after I started coming forward, I just don't want people blowing up my fucking inboxes, trying to ask me details or questions or trying to get interviews, not about that. I'm not, the fact that our lives are kind of coming to hell to a degree because of being pursued with these helicopters and things like that. There's other ramifications that may happen that I'm not aware of, but you know what? There's a risk to things, and that's how this is going to happen. And if that's what's chosen, then I just got to figure out how to mitigate that as well.
Well, let's talk about, we had spoken offline a little earlier about all the media that's reached out. I know you had an article in the Daily Mail.
Daily Mail, and then obviously the other facets related to Daily Mail published this. Well, they misconstrued a lot of that, and then they end up going in from David Grush to bashing Dr. Greer about it. So it was something that they try to use to get people's attention, and they go into this fucking narrative. I've had News Nation, I've had CNN, I've had MSNBC that reached out through LinkedIn, through other emails, because my email gets blasted all over the place these days. And I've got 4 emails, so I got the fucking shitty one I hand out to people, because I don't want to get spammed through my business emails, because that's money that's sitting on the table if need be. And I decline every single one of them. because I know that they're going to push this false narrative. The false narratives that they're evil ETs, and this is what David Grush is pushing now, saying that, you know, they're malevolent and they've seen people, ETs die, or you've heard ETs kill people and things like that. Well, first and foremost, if there is a species of extraterrestrial that's out there, and they happen to be fucking malevolent, it's not wise to shoot their shit down or kill any of them, because guess what? They're highly advanced. If they can make this kind of stuff, imagine what they can do if they weaponize it. You know, so it's something that, you know, this needs to stop, because all it's doing is just it's just portraying fear onto people.
Yeah.
They did this with COVID. You see the response of that. People are still living this way, living like COVID exists to this day, which it probably does, but it's not nearly as damaging as what people are saying.
Yeah, it wasn't as bad as was hyped up.
No, it wasn't. And you still have people fucking afraid of their lives. And this is the thing that is sad to see that. So this whole, now that people are thinking about this going on, now that all of a sudden worst case is going to happen. It's just this whole fear being portrayed in the media to try to scare the shit out of people, either get ratings or try to get people tuned into their networks, is just ridiculous. Yeah. It's more, you know, it's more of a personal game for them, because they get money off of views. So
now that you've set the record straight, do you think you'll go on any of these media outlets?
No.
No?
I'm not looking to get fucking famous for this, dude. Yeah. I just want to get this information out. This ain't gonna, you know, I've had people try to approach me with book deals and shit like that. I'm like, get the fuck out of here. This has nothing to do with trying to get money. This is trying to make sure that I'm not trying to convince the public here. And I'm getting that on record too. This isn't trying to convince the fucking public that this is real. I'm trying to convince the government, and thankfully they are convinced enough to actually do something about it. That's my main objective with this. Because when they come out and they start talking about the bills that they're talking about, legislations, because of people like me standing up, among with other whistleblowers coming out and talking about the same kind of corroboration, that there's man-made stuff going on, that there's nefarious activities going on behind the scenes that nobody knows about, and they're making money illegally, and they're murdering or killing people doing it.
I'm glad you're doing it.
I'm glad too, man. And it scares the shit out of me. I wake up every day on what the fuck's gonna happen, but that's why you have to take it day by day. And at the end of the day, there's people looking out for me, which is great, in the government and spiritually as well.
Good.
You know, and that's where I'm gonna thrive with this, because guess what? If they can silence me, but they can't silence the fucking truth. And they've been trying to silence the truth for far too long. And it needs to stop. And there's anybody, whistleblowers too, this is the thing I'm gonna urge. Anybody who has any information with this, whether they've witnessed similar things with this, whether, you know, you're in the opposite spectrum. If you're anybody who's working in these programs, I know there's people who are listening to your show about this, by the way, who are probably on that side of the coin. Fucking man up and come the fuck out.
Yeah.
You gotta stop the bullshit. And anybody who knows about this, well, guess what? If you know the truth and you're not revealing it, then you're complicit to it too. So I'm urgent. Get a hold of me. I mean, I'll throw my email if you can put that link in, and most of all, get a hold of Dr. Greer.
I'll put that link in there.
Okay. But yeah, Dr. Greer, I mean, he's been a good resource, and people can understand, just like you can understand with this. He is basically a sounding board for all of us who have come forward, and all he's doing is relaying information that he knows from people. He's got a strict vetting process with this. I know people are going to attest to that as whistleblowers. The fact is, he's not just going to take anybody's word because, yeah, somebody said something, right?
I talked to him. I just interviewed him, as you know.
Oh, yeah.
And I asked him, how did he decipher who the bullshitters are from the real ones? And we went into that, because I think that's extremely important.
Yes, it is.
You know,
and it's not, he's just not taking anybody's word for it.
Yeah.
I mean, he asked me repeatedly, you know, in law enforcement especially, you know, the tactics they use is they ask the similar questions, and especially the meeting I had with the Pentagon and all these other agencies, is like they ask the same thing because they do interrogations on a daily basis.
Mm-hmm.
But the fact is, my story is not going to fucking change. The way that I'm doing details is not going to change. My simple task with this is just to tell people what happened.
Good.
That's it. I'm not trying to gain profit. I don't want to be fucking famous. The only thing if I'm going to be famous for this, the only thing I want to be famous for is, oh, that's the guy that fucking stood up and wasn't afraid to do it. And he got the truth out there.
Good for you.
If I can fucking live with that, perfect by all means.
Well, Michael, I know it takes a lot of courage to do what you're doing, man, and I commend you for it, and it's an honor to have you in here.
Well, Sean, thank you, man. And what you're doing on your networks, your podcasts, your YouTube, I mean, you have a big audience. And I hope, you know, I got people trying to poke holes, go for it. I don't give a fuck what they think. They weren't fucking there with me. They weren't there with my Marines. They want to talk shit, go for it.
I got one last question.
Yeah.
If you could say anything to the other 5 Marines that were on the ground with you that day, because they might be watching, what would you say to them?
Don't fucking leave me hanging, guys. Don't leave me hanging. You know, we're family. We're fucking brothers. We went through this shit. You know, and I get that you got family. I get that you got kids. I get, you know, moving on. But fuck, man. I mean, you see what I'm trying to do with this, and I'm just trying to get the truth. You know, I hope that they do. And if I can get them to come out and at least understand that, yeah, there may be some aspects that are uncomfortable, you know, with what I'm having to deal with, but it's just the reality of things. It's not pretty. But if you got the fucking balls to do it, you know, I don't have kids, you know, me, I still got a lot to lose at the end of the day. And I know they do too. But the fact is, I'm just sick and tired of people bitching about things and not doing anything about it.
Me too.
And it's all a bunch of talk in this fucking world. It's all a bunch of talk. It's all I see on social media. That's why I'm glad I'm off of that. You know what I mean? That's why I'm glad I'm off, because guess what? I don't get to see that anymore. I get to focus on what I'm trying to do. And for me, having people reach out to me that have open minds and they're like, you know what, I actually heard about something like this happening in Vietnam. Or they're like, I heard about this happening in 2004. And then there's people who are coming out that are participating in these operations unknowingly because they think the constitutionality of it's legal when it's not. And that's why this is happening, because these people think that at the end of the day, they're doing something that's oversaw. And they don't know that degree. It's very compartmentalized, as you know, being a CIA. You know, they only know what they're told, and they only know what they're briefed on and what they're allowed to have access to. It depends on what they're doing.
That's how they keep it secret.
Yes, they do, and not everybody's going to know that. You know, so I hope that anybody who's in those industries understands that, you know, if there's anything that seems off, you know, don't approach it how the guy that was at the Pentagon that talked about U.S. forces being involved in Ukraine. I'm sure you heard about that because you saw FBI HRT raid his house and took him into custody. And he's probably going to sit in prison for the rest of his life because of revealing classified information on these platforms.
Yeah.
I'm not doing that. And these guys that are with me that are doing this, they're not doing it either. And the thing is because he did it that way means it's illegal because it's classified material to a degree. It may be illegal, but he screwed that up. Now, the way that we approached it was because we contacted the government and said, hey, this is what I know. This is what I was subject to. And they were, of course, because I approached them the right way, they're going to reward you with the protection, with the law that they passed to make sure that you are well protected, regardless of what happens in a legal fashion. So these other whistleblowers need to understand that. So they can come forward. They're going to have the same protections. That's why I can paint them a picture and tell them what to expect. I can point them in the direction of who they need to talk to. You know, and just the humanity needs to understand that this false narrative that's going to be portrayed in the media, such as alien invasions and stuff like that, it's been planned since the 50s. There's documentations talking about this. As far as SAIC, or Science Applications International Corporation, talks about the stagecraft. You know, honestly, if you're somebody who's such a high developed species or something like that, it's like walking by ants.
Yeah.
Are you gonna fuck with them? No, it's just like there's fucking ants. They just won't buy it. I think like the same thing that they do with us.
Yeah.
Why are they gonna fucking try to fuck with us? But the same thing, we all of a sudden start shooting them down and then reverse engineering their stuff and then trying to weaponize it, and then we're using it against each other for nefarious activities, trying to use fucking, you know, these advanced projects to do very illegal, very dangerous stuff. It's just, it blows my mind how much this goes down.
Yeah.
You know, I'm just, my goal is just to hopefully get this fucking changed.
Does.
Me too, buddy.
We'll be praying for it.
Thank you.
Cheers. Hey everybody, I'm Sean Ryan. Click here to subscribe to the Sean Ryan Show YouTube channel for the hottest and most compelling interviews that you will not see anywhere else. I've also made a playlist of all the previous SRS episodes, so they're easy to find. You can find that right here.
you're the only person on earth that followed Steve Jobs and Elon Musk for years and years. So, what did you learn?
This is going to be a fun ride.
Hey everybody, I'm in downtown Franklin, getting ready to head into the office to wrap up DJ Shipley's episode for the Sean Ryan Show. With that being said, it's becoming increasingly more challenging to reach our audience. So if you don't mind helping us out, please hit that like button, leave a comment, hit the bell, and turn notifications to all. That's not just this channel, that's everybody's channel that you like. All right, love you guys. Hope you enjoy the show, and thank you. And one more thing. Happy Thanksgiving.
War's not fair. I think that was a lesson learned out of that. It doesn't matter how good you are. If you don't get the chance to fight, the chance to show how good you are, it doesn't matter.
Hey guys, let me tell you about this subscription service that I've been working real hard on called Vigilance Elite Patreon. Basically on Patreon we have it broken up into 3 different tiers. We got tier 1, tier 2, and tier 3. Let's dive in. Our tier 1 patrons get all the behind the scenes footage of the Sean Ryan Show. That could include behind the scenes photos, that could be side conversations that we have in between breaks, that could be specific questions that our patrons give us for the guest on the Sean Ryan Show, and a ton of bonus content that doesn't really fit into any specific category. For our tier 2 patrons, they get access to our tactical training library, which consists of well over 100 videos. We've broken those videos up into separate categories, and those categories are rifle fundamentals, pistol fundamentals, drills, tactics, driving, gear and weapon setups, and everybody's favorite, mindset. Also on tier 2, you will get a live update from me on the 1st and the 15th of every month, where we talk about the upcoming guests on the Sean Ryan Show, plus all the benefits of tier 1. Our top tier, which is tier 3, gets full access to all the other tiers, plus they get full access to me, where we do video teleconferencing, VTC, once a month. We discuss anything from tactics to current events to who's coming on the show. I take suggestions, and it's very interactive. No matter what tier you choose, the support is greatly appreciated, and it is the only thing that makes this show drive on. So thank you for all the support. See you on Patreon. First deployment in the SEAL teams, you get in, biggest loss in SEAL team history happens. Then you get through green team, and right after you graduate, maybe less than a year afterwards.
Yeah, I mean August of 11.
Extortion 17 happens, which again is the biggest loss in SEAL team history.
I remember looking over and seeing Jay, and I remember him sitting upright, and I watched him get shot one more time, right in the face, and it looked like that was it. He hit the ground so hard, you knew he was dead. So the way it was, it's the front door, and there's a long-ass hallway going down, and there's a dude who's in a sandbag position with a belt fed at the end of the hallway, and it's just chewing down the hallway. Boom, spins him around and dumps him. He gets back up, grabs him, and gets shot again.
So hold on. Did you eliminate the threat?
Yep.
He's dead. Mm-hmm. He didn't hit you.
He did.
He did hit you.
He hit me in the chest plate. I unloaded on him, got off 3 rounds in a boat lock. I think he
took a double stack to the elbow, so it blew out his entire arm. And then he took one to the face that basically removed his jaw, removed his nose, and you could look inside him. You could hear the impacts, you could hear him smack. And it was very satisfying. And as we go to the Vibe, this dude opens up on the front door and lets it go. You just see splinters of wood and just fucking traces us. It's not reality until it's reality. That's not gonna happen. Yes, it is. Whether you want it to or not, it's happening right now.
Hey everybody, welcome back to the show. I want to start by giving everybody a couple of updates on what we have going on here at Vigilance Elite. And I want to start off by saying thank you to everybody that left us an iTunes review. Guys, the Sean Ryan Show now has 10,000 iTunes reviews in only 14 episodes. That is unheard of. So if you haven't left us a review yet, please head over to iTunes. There's a link down in the description. Just leave us one word if you're short on time and help us get to 20,000 reviews. I would really appreciate it. Moving on to our patrons, our subscription network where we put behind the scenes content. Guys, it is patrons like you that make all of these one-of-a-kind stories from these gentlemen that are on this show possible. These stories, most of these stories have never been told before, and it really is your support that allows all of these productions to happen. So thank you very much. Moving on, we're now getting into the YouTube short game. So we have all these different artifacts. A lot of them are from guests on the show. Maybe you've seen some of them in the background of the show. And we are now doing a studio tour of each and every piece on YouTube Shorts. You can click the link right there, and it'll show you the YouTube Short, first one. So we'll be doing that. All right, let's get on with it. Ladies and gentlemen, and now what you've all been waiting for, my next guest. He is a former Navy SEAL and a former development group, also known as SEAL Team 6 operator. He's got the better part of 17 years of operational experience. He's also the founder of Tribe Skates, which is a skateboard company that employs only Gold Star family members. If you don't know what a Gold Star family member is, it's basically a family member who has lost an immediate family member in war. That's who he employs, which is very solid work. He's also the founder of GBRS Group, which is the premier training group in the United States and most up to date at this time. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome my next guest, Mr. DJ Shipley. DJ Shipley, welcome to the show, man.
Appreciate you having me.
Yeah, it's an honor.
It's good to be here.
Yeah, it's good to have you. We've been wanting to get one of you guys over here for a while, and you know, finally it happened. So, but just a quick snapshot of your career before we get started. 17 years in the military, most of, pretty much all of which is in Naval Special Warfare. Went through, but straight into the SEAL teams, and then over to Death Group. So, medically retired. Now you are the owner of two successful companies, one being Tribe Skates, where you employ everyone employed there is a Gold Star family member, correct?
Correct.
And you guys make skateboards, apparel. You gave me one of those boards. It looks really awesome. It's going to look great here in the studio. And then the other company you co-own with your best friend and former teammate, Cole Fackler, GBRS Group, which in my opinion is probably the most relevant, premier, exclusive training group in the country right now. I mean, you guys are definitely the most relevant and up to speed, fresh out, and from Tier 1 unit. So,
That means a lot, thanks.
yeah, so if you haven't checked out GBRS Group, check them out. So when you guys are hiring, are you only hiring SEALs, or are you only hiring Tier
1? We got a couple Air Force guys we've worked with. A couple guys from the Army side. Call in and bring some favors and some niche stuff. We got a couple long range guys that we pull in when we need to. Now we have a full-time recce guy for Chris. So, CQB is the bread and butter, but I'm not afraid to branch out. Yeah, it's got to be the Tier 1 resume.
Cool. What are you guys teaching? Are you teaching, well, last night at dinner we were kind of talking about it. It was private lessons, it sounds like, groups, all the way up to SWAT.
Yeah, I mean, we do everything. Military, local law enforcement, got a couple government contracts, stuff like that. And then the civilian market. The open enrollment stuff scared us. It did. After the Chris Kyle thing, especially.
Yeah.
A lot of people on the yard line, a lot of people branded guns, a lot of people that really want to shoot somebody, really want to become famous. There was no real good way to vet them unless you do private. So we do phone calls, talk to them for an hour, and then we Google search the shit out of them. Got to do a little bit of vetting.
Yeah.
And set up a call with those guys, and if they have 5 or 6 friends of all equal skill set or the same in-state, then we'll set up a training event. We'll drive down there, we'll fly in, bring them up to us, and kind of do everything.
Cool. And you guys are based out of Virginia Beach?
Yeah, we've got a gym there, got kitchen, showers, kill house, got everything.
What? No shit.
Yeah.
Damn. How long have you been doing this?
Almost 2 years now.
2 years?
Yep. Yeah, we started at 19.
Damn. Well, it looks like it's online looking in, from the outside, it looks like it's exploding. So,
yeah, it's awesome.
Congratulations.
Appreciate it.
But, well, before we get started, I always give everybody a gift. There you go.
Oh, Jesus. There we go.
Merry Christmas.
Somebody must have told you. Dude. I mean, you talked to Pat. Did she tell you how much I eat this shit?
What's that?
Did she tell you how much candy I eat? Dude, I do, man. I have a sweet tooth, bro. Thank you. Really.
Yeah.
Yeah, we talked about the gummy bear stuff last night. I love it.
Yeah, so before we get started, I have a subscription account, and as much as I'd love to tell everybody that Gummy Bears finances everything that's going on here, really it's my Patreon.
They got doors over here, over there.
Friends, either through physical or mental combat. Would he be willing to give any advice on how he deals with these feelings?
That's the first one?
That's the only one I'm going to give you.
So no softballs. Okay. How I deal with it personally?
Yeah. We get a lot of questions on how to deal with loss, and I've done some videos on it, and it's just everybody's always curious, how guys like me or you and our colleagues deal with that, get through it.
Each one's different. For me, for the longest time, I just ignored, override. I just compartmentalized everything. Didn't happen to me. It's not me. I don't have to worry about it.
Yeah.
It's easier just to
Yeah, that door.
not accept it to be reality. When you do a dangerous job long enough, it'll eventually get you.
Yeah.
Unless you're fortunate enough to retire, you can't let that be your defining moment. Almost like you're waiting for it to happen. The Gold Star thing happens.
Open that window.
What
told you.
Why does it look like that? I've never seen a dog collar.
You want to take it out? We're going to take it out. Sure what?
I said, I assume we take it out. Why would they take it out?
Standing there.
I was talking to a truck driver. So we gotta scan everything.
You said which way we gotta go in?
Not that one, we need a key card over there. So it's right there. Oh my gosh. What's your badge on?
Oh, what?
Because you're supposed to be wearing your badge to go to post offices, and I don't want them giving them any reason. Someone said he wasn't wearing his badge. For what?
It's not Amazon.
It is Amazon. It says on the thing you have to wear your badge
Oh.
at postal offices.
It's from camera.
Turn the light on.
You gonna say this way? About to drop off. What?
Close it. No.
9.
Take them, put them right in this doorway right here. All right? All right. Thank you all.
Of course.
If it goes to Paul, I'll help you, okay?
All right.
Go ahead.
Hold on. Just gotta put some of those.
Yeah. That was light, ain't it?
Yeah.
A lot of air in it.
You said this way, right? This way? Right here?
Hey, turn and push in. That's the way you're going to back out.
All right. That is it. That's it.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, yes, ma'am.
Because he went that
Get out of here.
Yeah, there's 2 more buckshoes in there. Probably not gonna bring anything off of JT because I got the rims FMC about cancellation and we received it, brokers received it. But we shall see.
So if you look what I look, you're gonna say cancel.
I don't know if it'll say cancel because on the rims, it says on the email, it says pending cancellation as of 11. Well, I'm gonna look at it, make sure I'm telling you correctly. Pending cancellation notice. So maybe we still can because it shows cancellation date 11/19. Says please email transportation at RMIS and let us know if any scenario below is applicable so we can update our records. No longer in business, shopping for coverage, temporary out of business, normal expiration, but agency filed cancellation. Renewal certificate will be provided when ready.
Once a week. You should come here once a week.
You did?
Yeah, 3 restaurants over there.
What's that? I thought it was a Sonic, but oh yeah, it is Sonic.
Gold Star thing happens, you do a dangerous job. Firemen, police, military, doesn't matter. We all have our Gold Star community. People that die in the line of service. And for me, it's a show of their loyalty. Like, I want to see how far they'll go. They just showed you. They just went the whole way. Like, what an honor to be part of that organization where people will give up their lives. People we've never even met. Like, that's how I process it now. When I see it, I see the families, it hurts, it sucks.
Yeah.
There's so many dudes I miss. You know, you're at Harris Teeter buying groceries and I look over and there's a whole family.
Yeah.
Yeah, 2 platoons with her husband. What do you say?
Yeah.
Go up and give them a hug and pretend like it's okay. It's not okay. But they did exactly what they wanted to do.
Yep.
At that moment, like, he's right where he wanted to be, surrounded with the best people on earth. Dudes he loved. Dudes he would have gladly died for. And they got the opportunity to show how committed they were to the cause. So I honor their sacrifice now. It took me a long time to get there, but that's what I do now. I just honor them.
Good for you, man. That's a great answer. You know, I think
All my data. I said we used all my data.
What?
Streaming YouTube and listening to DJ Logo.
some breakfast from
From where?
Wendy's.
Want some Wendy's brekkie? Got that two-way radio on Trucker Path now.
Got what?
That two-way radio.
Is that two-way radio?
You know how they have the things up here and they pull down like this? The red truck in the front, red front banner. What's going on up there?
What are you saying?
I don't know. It's the first time. I just need to hit it. I knew we have it on there, but never actually listened.
Let's get some DC.
Are you filling it out?
Fíjate la que
I can't just do it. I gotta go prepay.
like 80K, get one of those. Just like that, shit will go for 80. Even more. So struck they don't break down.
I'm gonna have to prepay 50 gallons. It's just gonna have to put a temporary hold on a certain amount, and then whatever we don't use, it'll go back on the card.
Yeah.
So you don't have to use the whole thing. Just
Wait, that to at home.
Just use what you need to use. Here, that's the code.
Do a 24-hour blogging. Says we gotta go inside. Huh? Swipe payment card or Sukashi. truck stop. Why the fuck they have this little ass shit? I can't even reach the top. This shit stink. This little ass shit. I gotta stop a long truck stop. It's like, nah, I take a pitch.
drink I was just telling you about that I had you drive to see where to get. I was getting ready to get one of each, like that. So let's go to this one. Want some?
Try some.
There's some? Oh, there's one up here.
Don't put it
Sure. Did you want Wendy's breakfast or you want to get it out of the house?
You can get out of the house.
People were so nice in there. The guy said, too early for you and too late for me. Yeah. I got 45 minutes left. Almost to the finish line.
end up cleaning her little ass fucking shit. She even
That's why.
don't even get a look.
That's what happens when we abandon loves. A lot of these fuel stations are, equipped for semis like love.
I think a lot of people experience loss, and one thing I always tell them is, you have to, it's good to mourn, but you got to think of how that person would want you to live, and I don't think that anybody that I know, and I'm sure anybody that you know, wants you moping around for the rest of your life because they died doing what they want to do. So it's always good to keep that in mind. Well, great answer. So let's get on with it. So we're going to just start with childhood and go down a timeline of kind of your all the way up until now. But you've been surrounded by the SEAL teams your entire life. You're born into it. Your dad was a SEAL. Several family members of yours are SEALs. And then you wound up joining at a very young age. But let's just start right at the very beginning. Some of the childhood stuff. What was it like, growing up with your dad being an operational SEAL, going on deployments all the time, and that's a very high standard to live up to as a kid. So let's start there.
So yeah, when my dad graduated bus, my mom was 6 months pregnant. So he checked in Team 1, she gave birth to me, and I essentially grew up in a platoon hut. He was the only guy who had a kid at the time. So basically got raised by wolves, which was cool. We transitioned, moved over to the East Coast, like 8 and 9. Like I was young before. I don't remember anything. Started at school, typical stuff, but he was gone the entire time. So the time he went to the East Coast, I forget what the rotations were back then. I mean, they were 6-8 month deployments, and he did 8 of them back to back. So, I mean, he was gone.
Yeah.
Gone 200, 300 days out of the year. You know the workup schedule. Gone a lot. Grew up on a small farm. 5 acres, but God, man, we had everything. Chickens, ducks, geese, guinea hens, pheasants, quail, raised Chesapeake Bay retrievers, cows, horses, everything. And I had to take care of it all. Slopping hogs at 5 a.m. Hot water heater blows out, pipes freeze, like the whole thing. It's like, I remember doing that my entire life. Just dealing with the farm life.
I have come to learn that I am most aroused when I'm not stressed in any way. But I don't just mean stressed as in like, oh, stressed. I mean, if it's Friday night and I've just come back from work and I've got home at 9 p.m. after a really, really long day and week, I am not aroused typically. So what tends to happen, and like we know this relationship, and it's the same for my partner, is on like Saturday, once I've had time to relax and I've like chilled down and I've all those kind of things, then I get aroused. And there is this, I think, misunderstanding between men and women because we get aroused in different ways.
Absolutely. Once again, like we're seeing so many problems in relationships, so many problems in dating, and what happens is like women will get branded as all kinds of, she's an ice queen or whatever she won't put out. Like there's a lot of like toxic misogyny there, and then men will also get branded as like, oh, men only want one thing and they're so horny.
I think we're the opposite.
I think this is the kind of thing where once you understand, how does the male body work, how does the female body work, what are the
They just said that females get the reputation of basically holding out, basically never wanting to have sex. The guys have the reputation of being hound dogs. I think it's the opposite with us. You never want to, and I always want to. So I think you're the girl, I'm the guy.
because the majority of it is actually very similar. So like what separates men and women is less than what we share. So if you look at, for example, like how to create romantic attraction on a first date, like there's a lot of good like neuroscience data about things to do, and it's not surprising at all because if you look at what's the trend in dates, everyone is doing the wrong things now. Dates are turning into like interviews, right? Where it's like, I need to know if I'm going to waste my time or not. So we're going to sit down at a table. Oh, do you want kids? What do you want this? How much do you like to travel? How many trips per year? It almost becomes a negotiation. And if you look at the science of how human beings fall in love, it's completely different.
What is that relationship between, because as you're describing that dating process, I just in my head I thought, God, that sounds stressful. And then I thought of how expectation generally creates stress. So whether it's in the bedroom, having an expectation that we're going to fuck tonight because it's Thursday and it's date night, or having an expectation when you go on a date, the impact that that stress has on your dopamine and your ability to be like open and receptive.
Yeah, so it's so interesting, right? So like, I know this is kind of weird, but let's use your example. If it's Thursday and we're going to fuck tonight, so that can be stressful. Or, like, I don't know if you've been in a relationship like this, it can be awesome, right? So, like, if I haven't seen you all week, if you haven't seen me all week, and it's like Thursday and this is...
You know how they're saying, basically, like, scheduling when you're about to have sex. So she said it either could be frustrating or it could be awesome. As soon as you said, I can just think of Norbit, how he said, Tuesday. So if you think it's exciting, like, okay, Thursday is my day when I usually get it, you sit there and think, Thursday. Remember that part of Norbit? With the skinny black girl, they were
Oh, yeah.
Tuesday.
Oh, they were going now.
Huh?
They were going now. 100%.
I know, but I'm saying when she said that you get excited for Thursday, if that's like the only day of the week that you're getting it, you could be like Norbit in your mind, like thinking Thursday. It's like motivated to get to Thursday because you know that you're getting up Thursday. So he wasn't motivated for Tuesday because he knew he was going to get out whatever cake. All right, go ahead.
The time we've set aside, and like we're finally meeting, and we both are like, we're going to fuck tonight. Then it's great. Like, you know what I mean? Or not so much, or I don't know. Yeah, right? So, like, this is the key thing that a lot of people don't understand. So, attraction is not about whether we're going to have sex tonight or not. It's that you and I need to be on the same page. So there's a really fascinating study that looked at first dates on bridges, okay? So, one bridge is a stone bridge. One bridge is a rickety wooden bridge that's wobbly. And what the study found is that when you have a date on a stone bridge, people feel less attracted to each other than when you're on a rickety bridge. Now, what's the difference? On the rickety bridge, I'm a little bit scared and you're a little bit scared. So what really the foundation of romantic attraction is actually empathic resonance. When I feel the same things that you feel, when we both feel, it doesn't even have to be good. It can be negative things, it can be good things. We just need to both be feeling the same thing. That's what creates attraction. This is also why people fall in love in rehab. Like literally at the rehabs that I worked at, like we have to like almost have a rule, right? We can't technically control them, but we're like, hey, no fucking in rehab. So this is we're gonna have, and because people will trauma bond, right? We're sharing all this deep emotional stuff. You can be honest, you can be authentic, and there's someone else in the group who's also honest and authentic, and you feel connected. What is the nature of that connection? It's shared empathic resonance. So one of the biggest things that I tell people who are, struggling to succeed in dating is like, what are the emotions that you're bringing to the table? What are the emotions they're bringing to the table? And if those emotions are not aligned, how can you do some kind of experience that creates an emotion? So this is also where like movies aren't necessarily good or bad. The question is, do you guys like the same kind of movies? If you like the same kind of movies and you both laugh a lot, that's a great date. You don't need to talk. You just need empathic resonance. So whatever you can do to get empathic resonance will create a connection.
My brain went in two directions, and the first question that popped into my head was about the role oxytocin's playing in all of that, because I've heard about this chemical called oxytocin, which is there to help us bond, etc. And I remember Simon Sinek saying to me that when like cities have earthquakes, it's crazy how much the city comes together, and he pointed at oxytocin as much of the reason for that sort of shared struggle. I was thinking about your rickety bridge scenario. Life sometimes becomes a rickety bridge, and people bond because of that. So should be taking my dates to theme parks, for example, to terrify the shit out of them.
Only if you're equally terrified.
Okay.
So that's why it's so important, right, for you to figure out like what is something that is going to give us a shared emotional experience.
Okay, so you've got to both have the same emotion.
Absolutely.
So if I'm not scared by it and she's terrified,
then that's generally speaking not good. Now there are other versions of that, so like you can demonstrate caring, right? So if I'm terrified and you take care of me, then that can feel good in a different way. But generally speaking, like what gets us like, I'm into this person is that we feel an emotional connection, right? That's what I'm like into this person. They're like what is the nature? The emotional connection is shared emotion. So oxytocin is another phase of the relationship. So oxytocin forms emotional bonds. So when we feel like not this, and this, there's different parts of the brain, different neurotransmitters. So oxytocin is what we get from cuddling, what we get from different kinds of touch, something like a massage can form oxytocin, hugging, holding hands, all this kind of stuff triggers oxytocin. And oxytocin will form an emotional bond, will alleviate feelings of loneliness. I think one of the reasons that men are so lonely now is because we don't feel bonded to each other. So oxytocin is more about forming emotional bonds.
If you feel alone, that's your fault. I'm saying that's what they said. Men typically feel lonely because they don't have that oxy, whatever.
Well, I don't know what.
The oxy, the touching, the cuddling, the feeling. You don't do none of that shit.
Weak men feel alone.
Huh?
Weak men feel alone. You gotta understand.
You're not normal.
No, guys that grew up with all these fucking feelings, that's the one they're talking about. They didn't grow up with all these feelings. I grew up with my grandpa and my grandpa. I didn't grow up with my dad and mom giving me all these feelings.
Yeah, but we were
Back then, yeah, of course. When my mom used to go to the yard, man, I used to be like a fucking little kid. She lived back to being just me. So I didn't grow up with all these fucking, feelings that, oh, my baby, oh, you did a good job, this and that. Nah, I just grew up with mom and
We've had this conversation.
they're not that emotional.
We've been together for 6 years, and you know you're with someone that is an emotional, lovey-dovey person, and it's like it's like you don't learn that. So how do you?
Why would I learn it when that shit is in my system?
You're able to you learn it. I mean, but that's the thing.
I don't believe in being that emotional either, so.
But my point exactly, you're stuck in your own ways. You're not willing to bend for nobody. It's like you don't think that's unfair for your partner, for you not to show, emotion, affection, or anything like that. Like you just
basically telling me to be weak.
No, you don't have to be weak. Like you don't.
What would I show emotion if I don't?
You don't have it on. That's crazy. That's what I'm saying. I feel like that's a problem in our relationship because I don't feel the emotion.
But then you say I'm emotional.
Okay, maybe you do have an on-off switch. When certain things you are very emotional. But I'm saying as far as like the lovey-doveyness, like you don't like I don't know when's the last time you even gave me a kiss. You don't hug me. Like you're not affectionate with me at all. Like you have cut that completely off, and that's what I'm saying. Like you may be okay with it, but that affects me, and that's why I don't understand how. Sometimes I sit here and I try to like figure that part of you out, but I don't get it. Who doesn't like to feel loved? Like I don't get it.
I mean, that's a conversation. If we talk about it, we're gonna get into an argument. So.
I don't think so. We've talked about it before.
No, not really.
So how are we supposed to fix it if we don't talk about it?
How are we supposed to fix something when somebody did not want to understand?
That's why I told you I sit here and I try to understand that part, but I don't understand it.
Trying and making me seem like you're trying is different than no, that's not what it is, and that's it. It's two different things.
Wait, explain that again?
You trying to understand it and letting me know by how you act, you trying is different than I hear you, but that's not what it is, and that's it.
No, I'm not saying like right now. I'm not saying like I'm trying to understand right now. I'm saying like just it would be a random Monday, and sometimes I just sit here and look at you like try to understand like okay, so you've explained to me how you were raised. but yet you're with someone that's, you know, a very lovey-dovey, touchy, you know, emotional type of person. So it's like I don't know how. Maybe not just with you, and just people in general. Like how do you structure yourself to, you know, like for me, I'm such a lovey-dovey person. So how do I, you know, put that wall up and not be such an emotional lovey-dovey person, because that's not how you are. So like, what's the point of even, you know, projecting that? Does that make sense? Basically, how am I supposed to like not be so lovey-dovey? Like me, how do I stop, you know, wanting
it's not
that?
a problem with you being how you want to be.
But it kind of is, because if I'm not getting that from you, then that I start feeling lonely, and I feel like there's something wrong with me. So I feel like if there was a way for me to turn that part off of me and me not be as, you know, then maybe that would help. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So that's why I was saying I try to understand that. I'm not just saying like in general, like right now. I'm just saying like sometimes I do think about it, because I did grow up with like the hugs and, you know, the lovey-dovey. So I understand where you're coming from with that. But if I provide that to you, how don't you kind of open up that door a little bit and kind of accept that? So I don't know. That's what I'm saying. I'm trying to
I
understand.
mean, when we're in bed, I'm more of the huggy type. I'm more of a touching you type. You more like on your side. Sometimes there's been time where I'm like too much on top of you. I just go to my side. Because you kind of.
I'm only like that if I'm irritated or mad.
No.
Yeah, it is. You may not realize it, but I'm telling you, it is. I'm telling you now. There's never a time I sit here and I make it seem like I'm like that. And that's exactly what it is. I welcome hugs and cuddles and kisses and whatever.
Yeah, but
all the time.
especially when we're in bed, like I've been too much on top of you. Just for regular days, you just seem super normal. Your usual self. And sometimes I'll be on top of you too much, and you know, sometimes I'll be like, so there, I'm more than you on the lovey-dovey shit.
It's because you have all that lovey-dovey that's balled up in one bag, and you release it all at once. And me, I kind of gradually give it to you.
See, that's what I'm saying. There, I'm way more than you. Way more than you.
And that's awesome, because
But it's like you expect it throughout the day. Like you say, maybe throughout the day, I just take everything in. So when we in bed, I'm on top of you.
because it's not just one part of the day that I like to show affection. It's not just when we're in bed. I like to show it whenever I feel like it.
Yeah, but I'm trying to say that I don't. But then on that part, I do way more than you.
Yeah, but those go in spurts. Like, for real, when's the last time that you actually gave me a kiss? Not me coming to you. When have you ever came just regular, just give me a kiss?
Saying you're right?
Huh?
I'm saying you're right? I'm thinking about it and get into the conversation. We're going to end up arguing those.
We don't have to lead to an
Really
argument.
don't listen.
I am listening.
Listening and understanding is two different things.
Yeah, I don't.
You
I
try communication, this and that.
The
Talking
way-
the reality of things, I communicate.
No.
Communicating is just not. It's not just listening. Communicating is listening and doing, fixing.
What exactly do you want me to do?
But
You saying me understanding, like, how do you want me to express that I understand? Maybe that's what I'm trying to say. Because you saying listening is one thing and then understanding is differently. But it's like, am I supposed to act on something?
it's like when we talk about something, I gotta hit you a different way on that subject for you to admit what I'm making you understand. And when you do, you have a reason for that. So basically, it just the way you are, you just go in a circle. Because there's a reason for everything.
There is a reason for everything.
See?
You're right.
See?
We finally agree on that.
Yeah.
I've always said there's a reason for everything. And that's when it comes to the point where you sit here and you think when I respond back to something, instead of just either being quiet or sitting here and saying, okay, I sit here and I come back and say something because, you know, there's a reason for everything. You don't
But
think it's an excuse.
That's fine. But okay, and let's say there is a reason for everything. That's fine. But you're not fixing it. You're not fixing the reason. It's like when we went to the therapist. You told her everything. The problem, how to fix it, and the whys. Everything. I'm like, oh. So you know everything, you know how to fucking fix it, but you don't put the work in? Oh.
LA is bullshit. I don't remember anything
Yeah,
about that.
that was bullshit. Inside I was like, damn. Like, it's kind of fucked up. It's kind of really is
So
fucked
please
up.
tell me what? I don't remember.
You told her everything.
I don't remember.
This is
having
like this,
solution.
because of like this. And I'm like, oh hell no. It's like there's a door that is locked and you have the key. But then you want to struggle with the door. But you have the key.
But give me an example of what I had said. I don't remember. You saying I had the answer to fix it. Like, okay, so give me an example of what? I went to
I
therapy
mean, yeah,
by myself.
of course, and you fix a lot of things, but
So what's the problem?
I mean, you gotta keep going to therapy.
My therapist left me.
But that day, I was like, shit. Like, damn, that's a little fucked up, buddy.
How is it fucked up?
Because you know all the problem we were having, you know how to fix it, but then you give the reason of why you're not fixing it. I'm like, shit.
I can't fix
So
your, what's going on with you. I can't fix that part. I can only fix what I can fix. I only control what I can do.
Yeah, that's fine. Correct. So going back to that, it's like, you know the questions, you know the answer, but it's like you're now willing to, I don't know, maybe put up the work.
I would put the work in. I think I put the
Yeah, you put that work in according to your feelings, but take the feelings out of it.
That's what I'm saying. How do you do that? I told you if there was a button I could see and shut my feelings off, trust me, I would have been pushed that button.
But then you're trying to say I'm the wrong because I'm more of that logical one.
I never said you were wrong. I said I tried to understand how you're able to do that. And then I sit here and think about how you were raised and how I was raised. I was raised with like love. When I would leave my grandma and my pop's house, I would literally have like 6 hugs from standing at the door, then going down to the car and getting 3 more hugs. We were just, we're emotional. My family's emotional. Like, I don't know how to just cut that off. Just like you can't put emotion into you because you didn't get that.
I can put emotion, but I gotta understand that that's not gonna bring a problem. Why would I bring problem to the relationship for why?
Why would being emotional be a problem?
Because if I used to doing this and it's proven, let's say before I go out, I give you a kiss. The day that I don't do it, it's gonna be a problem.
Yeah, so make sure you give me a kiss. Have you seen the when
That's fine, but if I don't, it's gonna bring drama. It's gonna be a problem. That's what I'm saying. It's not just from that. Everything else. There's a saying. These people were saying that he told philosophy and shit. I think I told you before. It was like in the relationship, you know what's a problem? People were like, what? It was like if you don't get the woman used to how you are, or you gotta make shit up so there's not gonna be a problem in the future. You gotta do that from the beginning. If you do that, go out. Even if you go just to the fucking store, just go out. Because the day you don't go out,
why are you screaming? Putting emotion into it. Okay.
that's another thing. I'm not arguing. You know how I get loud, but why are you screaming? Like I'm, yeah, but that's how I talk. You know that's how I am. But when you, so now I come down here, I don't say shit. So when he was, you gotta feel good because I'm talking loud because I'm talking fucking emotion. So he was like, if you always stay home and don't go out, that day you go out, there's gonna be a problem. But if you're a man that always go out,
it's not just men, it's women too.
But if you're a man that always go out, she's gonna be home happy.
You don't think it's with women too?
Yeah, but depends on the bitch ass man that you guys have.
Why do you say you guys?
You girls.
I guess.
So you see how shit is? Like I'm home every day. You know what the fuck I'm doing. I go out to do something. Now it's a problem. That make no fucking sense at all. But yet, there is men that always go out. You don't know what they doing. And there's no problem because...
Oh, they know what they're doing.
Because, no. Yeah. They go out and y'all don't know what they doing. And there's no problem. Just happy as fuck.
Yeah, but if you're doing
that's
under the same roof.
That's kind of fucked
How
up.
do you sit here and expect to, you know, it not like amplify when you're away?
Amplify what?
I'm just saying, like I'm not.
It's like there should be no problem.
No, it's not. So you mean going out doing what?
I don't have to go and do something. I'm a grown-ass fucking man. I can go out. That's another problem we keep having. You're doing this, you're not doing that. You're fucking grown. Both grown. I'm grown, we're both grown.
You're playing? You never said you couldn't go anywhere. Would you even try to go anywhere? Please tell me. Please elaborate.
Trying's gonna bring problems.
Huh?
Trying is gonna bring problems.
I don't know what that means. I'm just asking for you to give me an example.
Just leave it there.
Now you got me.
And the other way of brain when we're talking about that is,
you know, all the problem, the drama, you know how to fix it. I know you know how to
I don't know how to fix it. I know how to fix me.
Because of,
I don't know how to fix you.
Because of that day, prove me that you know it.
I mean, there's things that you do that you shouldn't be doing, and it's like, I'm not fucking stupid. I'm not blind.
a question I've asked a lot of sex therapists I've spoken to, which is, should we be scheduling sex? This is such a tangent from where we started, but based on what you said, Thursday night, date night, etc., should we be scheduling sex? When I ask sex experts this, they go in two different directions. One group says yes, one group is so passionately saying no, because it kills that spontaneity, they say, and that, you know...
Right, so I think this is a good...
You see how having a conversation where you gotta be held accountable don't work as you start getting mad?
I'm not mad. I'm just saying, like...
Yeah, I'm just saying that you getting mad.
You keep saying that I have the answers to everything or whatever.
Yes, you do.
I have
know
no
you do.
idea what you're talking about.
That day proved me that.
No, it did not, because I didn't say anything. I didn't give any solutions. The thing I agreed to was going to therapy. That's it. That's it.
That day
So, I mean, whatever scenario you have going on in your head.
That day when we went and talked to the lady, And she was like, okay, so what's going on? And you just started talking. Just remember that part.
Well, I don't remember it, so I can't help you there. But she was bullshit. Wasting
So
time.
now you expect me in the future to have a conversation where I open up to you? It's just getting harder and harder because look how you start answering.
I
Look how
don't
you
know what you're talking about.
look how you
I know what I said, but as far as having the answers to everything, I don't know what you're talking about. The only thing I agreed to, I thought would help was going to therapy. That's it. But these other things you keep talking about, you can't tell me, so I can't back it up. I don't know.
Example of like, this is exactly what I'm talking about, where we know so much more about physiology and neuroscience now that the right answer to that question depends on the science. So you can schedule sex, it's just make sure that you do the thing. But at the same time, like, so what is it about the spontaneity? Like, let's tunnel down. I think this is exactly what we're do. What is it that makes spontaneous sex fun?
I need my flashlight.
Oh gosh, fuck. What makes spontaneous sex fun? It is exciting, novel. It is.
Hold on, who's excited by spontaneous sex? So, and is it going to happen if your partner's not equally excited?
Well, I think most couples would say that much of the reason why their sex life is not great is because it's become boring and predictable and samey. So this sort of spontaneity element adds a bit of surprise and intrigue. And
now, hold on a second. Okay, great. So this is we're gonna figure out an answer. When things become samey. So if I watch, like, what's your favorite movie, Stephen?
The Pursuit of Happiness.
Okay, so if I watch Pursuit of Happiness for the first time, how am I going to feel emotional?
Oh, it was profound the first time I saw it.
Second time you watch it?
Third time? Interesting.
Fourth time? Fifth time? So the more that we get exposed to something, what changes within us? Our emotional, the emotions change, right? So the first time I do something, emotions are activated. When it becomes habitual, emotions no longer become activated. So this is the problem of non-spontaneous or spontaneous sex, is it has to do with that emotional empathy, that emotional connection that leads to attraction. So this is exactly what I'm talking about. When we look at problems in life, should couples do this or should couples not do this? Let's understand the mechanisms at play, and then if we can activate those mechanisms in the right way, then it'll work. So the issue about spontaneity is like, you know, if you feel like having spontaneous sex but your partner doesn't, that's not going to work because y'all aren't emotionally, I mean, they can accommodate you and that can be fine. But generally speaking, what spontaneity adds is more of that emotional connection. So when I work with, you know, patients who are exhibitionistic, right? So like, why do they like exhibitionism?
What's exhibitionism?
Having sex in public places. So it's a kind of fetish, right? Can get you into trouble. That's sometimes how they end up in my office. But so what if you really look at it, like what it's about is emotional resonance. So if I'm having sex in a public place, that's going to activate me emotionally in some way. It's going to activate my partner emotionally in the same way. That's why we do it. So it all comes down to emotional resonance. So the second thing is that if you're going to have scheduled sex, so like spontaneous is great, but if you're going to have scheduled sex, that's still fine too. It doesn't kill the spark. You just need to figure out how to activate it, right? So this is where activation of the parasympathetic nervous system. Do something like, you know, give a massage, or even like the sex should come after some kind of emotional resonance. Let's go out and watch a movie together, or let's do something that we both find emotionally engaging. Then once you're emotionally connected, the sex it'll be a lot easier.
I have a friend who has been trying for a baby. I'm trying for a baby as well, by the way, but this is not about me. This is not me like asking for a friend. He lives in America and he has just had the news that he's having a baby. Very, very happy. And I saw him recently and I was asking him about the process of, you know, timing the sex around your partner's cycle. And they'd gone for, I think, 3 years trying to have a baby, so it got increasingly more difficult, all of the complicated emotions. And he was saying to me, he was like, honestly, bro, like sometimes we were having to have sex like 3 or 4 times a day. And I was like, bro, how do you keep it, like when it becomes a job in that context, you're doing it because you need to try and hit this egg. How did you arouse yourself? And he was like, no, I couldn't. He was like, I really struggled. I'd lose my erection all the time. And he literally said to me, yeah, he was having sex 40, 50 times a month to try. And he was basically being ordered to have sex with her. Like, these are the 5 days you better have sex with. That is maybe the extreme case of total dissipation of emotional resonance as it relates to sex.
Yeah.
And the other case, the other end of that pole would be pursuing someone for the first time, I guess, a stranger for the first time. And I guess the job for people in their relationships is how do you keep that emotional resonance?
So I think that's exactly the kind of question. I think the first thing is that's half the answer, is that a lot of people don't realize. So like when people get bored sexually in a relationship, right? So we have two populations of people. People get married and they'll continue to have healthy sex lives like well into their 70s. Like one of the craziest things that I remember encountering in med school was like, when I meet a 70-year-old, I don't think about sexual health counseling. And it's one of the biggest mistakes we make as doctors. Like, when you have these retirement communities and stuff, no one's worried about getting pregnant. You can get outbreaks of like syphilis and gonorrhea that'll tear through the community, like COVID. Like, it's crazy. Like, we just don't. But sexual desire doesn't necessarily decrease with age. I know it's crazy, but So the question becomes, okay, how do you maintain a healthy sexual relationship over time? So at the very beginning, there are things like thalamic inputs, right? So what you see arouses you. There's some amount of novelty, which is also like new emotions, right? So then the 10th time we watch the same movie, our emotional connection is less to the movie. But then this is also how couples have sex successfully over time, is that they do have emotional connections. So as you continue to bond with your partner over the new experiences that your relationship has. So I think having kids is a great example, where like having kids will destroy your sex drive for some amount of time.
I say 2 years or something.
On average, but even within that, it's amazing because you'll find these moments where like you sort of forget, right? Like how good sex with your partner is. And then the stars align and you have sex and it's actually like incredibly fantastic. It's like, oh, we should do that more, right? Like that's like what kind of starts to happen. So over time, what we want to do is really lean into still that shared emotional connection. Oh my God, I had such a, like, I can't believe that our kid, like finally, like the fever's gone. They're relaxing, we're gonna sleep, and then at like 2 a.m. you're gonna wake up and it's gonna be great, right? But like, and so as long as you maintain that bond, it's totally fine.
And when we think about the mechanisms in neuroscience that drive our behavior, once we're in a relationship, and even if it's a platonic relationship, how do we keep the relationship thriving? Like, what are the mechanisms I need to be aware of in the brain and in neuroscience that are going to enable my relationship to be strong and thriving, whether it's platonic or romantic? Because we talk about loneliness a lot, and there's so many people that are struggling with loneliness, and the reasons that we often attribute to are the way we're living our lives, or we're behind screens or social media. But it was really illuminating to me that you're able to point to a mechanism in smartphones and social media that is actually inhibiting us forming relationships. And I wondered if the same mechanisms might inhibit us keeping the relationships that we have.
Yeah, so I think there's so many things that are going on there. So one is like, how is technology negatively impacting our relationships? And the second is, how do you maintain a healthy relationship over time? So there's like two different things that make sense, like what gets in the way, and how do you keep your tire nice and full of air versus how do you fix it if a nail punctures it. So let's start with like what technology is doing. So this is what technology is basically doing to our social connections. There is a whole-scale social skills atrophy and a deconditioning of certain parts of the brain when we use technology. So the first thing to understand about the brain, this is a beautiful thing about the human body. Inanimate objects, the more you use them, the worse they get. But the moment that you have biology, the human brain doesn't wear out, it rusts. So inactivity of the human brain is actually what causes problems. Okay, that's number one. So we can look at studies of like dementia prevention. And what we know is that encouraging neuroplasticity through things like learning how to play the piano at the age of 60 will protect us from dementia. So we need to utilize our brain to make it the strongest. This is also where you can look at the physical body, right? So when I think about what causes muscle atrophy and what causes muscle growth, the more I use my muscles, the more they grow. The more you use your brain, the more it grows. So when we look at connections, If you actually look at human communication, words are maybe, I would say, 25 to 50% of communication at most. So you can walk into a room and without even hearing a single thing that's said, you can know there's tension in the air. Something is wrong. You can even, like, I remember when I was a kid, I used to get bullied a lot, right? And I would walk into a room and I immediately knew that they were making fun of me. Like, all the conversation would stop and everyone would look, like one person would look at me, I'd see alarm in their face. They would all see, everyone else would see the alarm in their face, and they'd look over and they'd see me and know, everyone would stop talking. I know I'm being made fun of. So body language, tone, volume, this is really interesting. So there are even video game companies that are starting to ban people over voice comms. So how do you know if someone is toxically communicating or not? What we used to do is use like words, right? So if you say some kind of racial slur in chat, like if you type it out, the game knows to scan for that, and then people will start to get around that. They'll use an @ sign instead of an A. So now what they're doing over voice comms is measuring tone. So depending on the volume of what you're saying, right? Like that's how they're actually detecting toxicity, because that's where toxicity exists. It's not, oh, hey, Steven, you're a real loser. I really dislike you. It's like, Steven, bro, you're such a loser, man. Oh my God. And even if I say that, right, it's not negative at all, even though I'm using negative words. There's another quick aside. So men are really specific for using the negative expression of a positive affection. This is something that's different about men. So what we'll do is we'll actually say negative things to a friend of ours to express approval. Like when someone gets engaged or gets married, it's like, oh man, like it's the old ball and chain. We're gonna lose you. You're whipped, but everyone's smiling. Everyone's congratulating you. But we just express it in a negative way. So much of our communication is tone, is body language, is volume. Now what's happening is everyone is texting. So then the brain does something that's designed to do. It's like, hey, we're not using this thing, let's lose it. So if you don't speak a language, our brain forgets it. So this is what a lot of people don't realize, is that there's a rise in social anxiety. Why is there a rise in social anxiety? It's because the parts of our brain that reassure us in social situations are starting to atrophy. So when we don't pay attention to body language, when we don't pay attention to tone, those parts of the brain shut off. And then when I go into a social situation, those parts of the brain are inactive. So they can't reassure me. Now what happens is I go to a party that I was invited to, or I go to dinner with my friends that I was invited to. I'm kind of sitting at the end of the table. No one's really talking to me. And I'm like, oh, like I really shouldn't be here. These people just invited me out of politeness. They don't really care about me. But if your brain is functioning well, you're able to read all of this nonverbal communication that's reassuring. So when it comes to platonic friends and why this is hard, we are atrophying a lot of the social skills, a lot of these brain regions that allow us to form connections, allow us to feel reassured, allow us to feel safe. Right now, I kind of feel like, oh, my friends are inviting me, but I'm bothering them by going. Like all these kinds of things we're seeing more and more of.
If you love the Diary of a CEO brand and you watch this channel, please do me a huge favor, become part of the 15% of the viewers on this channel that have hit the subscribe button. It helps us tremendously, and the bigger the channel gets, the bigger the guests. We spoke last time about men.
Yeah.
And there was a lot of discussion around just this wild difference between how men are feeling in the world and how they're being understood in the world versus women. Before we started recording, you said your thoughts have developed even further since we last spoke on that.
Yeah, so I think a couple things to understand. So the first is that if you're a man who's struggling in the world today, we as men assume that if we're struggling, we need to fix something on the outside, right? So if I am not making enough money, the answer to that is to get some additional certification or become more productive, maybe use some kind of supplement. So that men are fundamentally different because we are conditioned, and this could be somewhat biological, but it's certainly societal, to solve our problems externally. But the one overwhelming thing that I've learned about men is that, you know, if you're a man who wants to get better, 90% of what you need to do is not outside of you, it's actually inside of you. But this is not where men look, right? We think like, okay, I need to get this kind of car, I need to get sexier, I need to be able to bench twice as much. But we always look to things outside of ourselves. But in the majority of the work that I've done with men, really the work that they need to do is the internal, but we're not taught how to do that. There's a really great example of this. So if you look at the top 1% of earners versus the top 10%. So the top 10% of earners on the planet have a higher IQ than the top 1%. the people who actually make the most money have a lower IQ than the quartile right underneath them. And the big difference there is that people in the top 1% have a very high EQ. So we grossly underestimate the capacity to control oneself. And if you really want to achieve the most in life, that's what you really need to focus on. And the more that I work with men, this is basically what I teach them, and the outcomes that I see are amazing, right? We're talking like on the worst end. You know, I worked with a 32-year-old guy who started using drugs when he was 13 years old, polysubstance use, mostly opiates and heroin. So at the age of 32, no job, not living on the street, crashing with his girlfriend. And then within a span of 4 years, this guy became a therapist himself, had a stable income, got married, and published his first opiate fiction novel. So we're talking about a 4-year span of like being literally a heroin addict to, you know, being a published author and like having a stable, fulfilling relationship and job. And all of that work is like internal. It's about understanding the way that you work, understanding the way that your brain works, and learning how to control yourself.
Is that the same for women though? Because I've got women friends who are same age that are really, really struggling, they're not doing heroin or drugs or anything like that, but the objective sort of situation of their life is they're so far from all of their goals, no partner, feeling lonely, unhealthy, and seemingly out of control.
Yeah, so I've worked with plenty of women for whom that is a problem as well. But I think if we look at on average, right? So remember that like within any population of men and women, there's going to be more variance between women than there is between men and women. Sure. So absolutely the case for a lot of women. I think the big difference is that a lot of the tools that we have were sort of designed with women in mind. A great example of this is like psychotherapy or talk therapy. So if you look at the gold standard of how we process our emotions, it's verbally. Now, the studies actually show that if you look at like estrogen has a very, very interesting effect on awareness of your internal emotional state and the ability to articulate your internal emotional state. So as estrogen rises, you literally feel emotions more. So this is why women have problems like premenstrual dysphoric disorder, PMS. You know, when there are these hormonal fluctuations, it's not that we should treat them poorly or anything like that, but they actually literally feel emotions in a more intense way because of the fluctuations in their estrogen level.
So again, how do you cut that off?
It's like that. That's like scientific fact. It's not like it's not good or bad, right? It's just something that's a fact. So the higher your estrogen is, the more emotional awareness you'll have. So there are some biological factors, and then there's also like if you look at the way that women are conditioned, they're conditioned to be good listeners, to provide emotional support for the men around them. And so they're a lot better with verbal fluency. Like that's not even related to emotions. When you look at boys and girls who are 8 years old, girls will have a higher level of verbal fluency than boys do at the age of 8. So there are a lot of things in our mental health system that rely on being.
I don't think I'm too emotional.
Yeah, because to me, I kinda balance you out.
How?
By not being emotional like you. If I was emotional, we would be two toxic ass motherfuckers.
When you say emotional, what does that entail for you?
Arguing a lot, jealousy, toxicity. That's what I'm not talking about logging, hug and kiss.
That's not the type of emotion I'm talking about. I'm talking about just like the lovey-dovey and that connection. That's what I'm talking about. When I say emotion for you, when I say that you're too emotional, that's the part where I say when, you know, we have a disagreement or something, you're more emotional. But when it comes to the lovey-doveyness and the what's it called, the connection part, that's the part where it's like you have the wall up. So when we're talking about that, yeah, we're definitely talking about two different things. I don't expect you to sit here and
yeah, but for me, one thing is right behind the other one. Don't give me drama to expect me to hug you love you.
So for those people out there that they can sit here and I'm not saying you have to do it, but I mean, I see it. I saw something on social media the other day, and they basically were saying that even though they had a disagreement, they're mad at each other, at the end of the day, they're still like, there for each other. They don't go to bed mad, or
have you noticed
sex or stuff like that. Like,
have you noticed when you do something wrong, then you say sorry, I just drop it like this?
Because if I don't, you're gonna.
No,
stay
that's
mad at
you telling me. I know what I did. I'm taking accountability for it. That's me. You telling me, I know what I did. I'm learning. That's it. That's it. So, but the moment I open up on emotional things that we can fix and what's wrong and we can do better, but then you start, even though you say you don't. I'm not talking about right now. I'm talking about past things. You start getting with these, because me, I notice tone, I notice emotion, like I notice. Maybe because I'm trying to, how I'll talk with a lower voice.
You said a lower voice?
Yeah.
A deeper tone? Yeah.
Yeah, and I don't talk, loud.
Like you are now?
No, but I'm talking with, yeah. But that's something you gotta understand too. When I'm mad, do I talk?
No.
Exactly. So if I talk a lot and talk loud, that means the opposite. Right? But then you're telling me, why are you so loud?
Yeah, because I'm not used to you talking that loud. Because then sometimes when you talk, I can't differentiate if you're mad. Like, I know you're not mad now.
But you gotta understand, when I'm mad, I don't talk. You know that. But when there's the opposite, you can kind of say I'm happy. Right? Exactly. But then were you talking so loud? Now that brings me the fuck down.
I think that when I say that, it just, sometimes you get really into what you're saying, and I don't think you realize how loud you're talking, and then I say that.
Then I think you thinking I'm freaking drama.
No.
That's the way I think. I think that you think that I'm mad or bringing drama, so that brings me all the way down, and I just don't feel like talking about it. Because I don't want to get into it. Because 100% of the time, I just don't want to get into it.
I say it because sometimes when I'm talking, I sit here saying in my head, oh shit, like I'm like loud.
And I never tell you to.
I know that, but I'm saying for you, I'm not used to you talking loud. Well, I can't say that because you are a loud talker sometimes. But I say that because it basically just like for you to be like, oh shit, I'm talking loud, and tone it down just a little bit.
I mean, when I talk with you, kind of say, like I told you, kind of happy. I don't notice the loudness and.
Exactly.
It is what it is. While talking normally, that's why I don't talk loud, because I don't want to talk to you, and I think that I'm talking like bringing drama, basically. That's why I don't talk loud, because I feel when I talk loud, I talk with bad emotions. Because people, when they're mad, they talk loud, right?
Yeah. That's why every time your mom's talking about this, she's mad. She always starts talking loud.
No, that's just hard.
Yeah.
For me, that's what it is. That's why I talk loud. Because I don't want you to think I'm mad or something. That's why I talk low. Because I feel when I talk loud, I feel like you're going to feel like I'm talking like I'm mad. And sometimes I do talk loud when you think I'm mad. I'm not. I'm just talking loud so you can hear. Just on normal talk.
I mean, I can definitely hear now.
Yeah, talking about something interesting. So you gotta understand, if I was mad, I would not talk.
aware of your emotions, being able to articulate.
I have to feel happy because I'm talking with happy emotion, basically.
There it is, the emotion.
Yeah, but that's something you
have
don't.
some emotion.
That's something you're not gonna get when you just block everything, basically, by kind of getting an attitude. Oh, I don't have an attitude. If I'm telling you, you do. Because I'm noticing it.
But that's the same when I sit here and say that you're mad about something, you say you don't. But I see it too.
But no, you see it, but you're not understanding. Like I just told you, if I was mad, I would not be talking to you like that.
But that's
so
the
I'm
thing.
giving you from day one blueprint of how I am. But you just choose to follow more of your.
But that's the thing. There's times when you are mad, and I ask, why are you mad? And you say you're not mad, and then you go silent. You don't say anything. So I know you're mad. But that's the thing. Like, if I do something, tell me.
Well, if I'm mad, what would I tell you that I'm mad?
Because I never know.
That would be an argument. Why you think I just want to start arguing all the time?
No, because I've told you, I said you don't have to sit here and say you're not mad. Say like you just don't want to talk about it right now.
For what? So you can keep asking questions?
I mean, how am I supposed
I would
to know?
just tell you I'm not mad. I'll deal with it. Hopefully, I would kind of, my head hopefully would drop it. Because that's me fighting me to be better.
Your emotions, using words to process your emotions. And so absolutely they can learn more about themselves. I think 99% of human beings on the planet, myself included, can benefit from learning more about themselves. But I think that women have somewhat of a leg up, which is why women are 70% of patients who seek psychotherapy, right? Even 70% of therapists are women. So there's like a very clear gender gap in the field of mental health.
So going back up the river then, so the crux of the issue is not being able to control oneself, essentially.
Control is...
I'm more of the logical, I'm more of, all right, we agree on this, let's do that. But how can I do that when you agree, but then your emotions say otherwise? You know, just fuck everything. It is what it is. That's why a lot of emotions is just not good. Because one day you can tell me something, the next day it's just not what it is.
Even a step too far. The crux of the issue is not understanding yourself, right? Good diagnosis precedes good treatment. Control comes later.
Okay. So first you need to understand oneself.
Absolutely.
And how do I go about understanding oneself? And in the case of the gentleman you mentioned as the case study there, how did he go about understanding himself as a heroin addict who had polysubstance abuse to this successful person?
So I think the best place to start, and it's going to sound kind of simple, but is to look at yourself. So what a lot of us do is anytime we have a problem, the first thing that we do is we try to jump to a solution. So if I'm unhappy in life, I need to make more money. If I'm struggling with dating, I need to get a better job or be sexier or whatever. So we tend to jump to solutions. So I think the first thing that you've got to do is slow a little bit down and look at yourself. And when you look at yourself, there are a couple of things that I think a lot of people really miss. The first is what drives a lot of their behaviors. So we focus so much on fixing a behavior, like using heroin, for example, right? But we don't really ask ourselves, why am I using heroin in the first place? Where does the drive for using heroin come from? And that is the key question, right? So it's not about how you need to change. It's about why am I the way that I am? And this is where people make such a simple mistake. I'd say the majority of people that I talk to, when they look at themselves, they're not critically thinking. What they actually do is they'll make some kind of conclusion. I'm lazy. So like, think about what that means. Like laziness, first of all, is like not a thing. There is not like a laziness circuit in the brain. You can't measure laziness. Laziness is a lazy way of looking at laziness. If we look at human behavior, motivation, discipline, Things like follow through, willpower. These are all discrete functions within our brain, and then we just say, oh, we're lazy. But which one of those things is lacking? So as we understand, okay, why are we lazy? What does that really mean? Where is my motivation coming from? What is the status of my willpower? As we explore these kinds of things, that's when we see really what the answer is. And the really cool thing is if you look at a lot of research on things like, we use this technique called motivational interviewing, where in order to change behavior, you don't need to convince anyone of anything. You need to help people understand things. And once a human being understands something themselves, they will automatically change behavior, right? If I tell you, hey, Steven, don't touch that pan, it's hot, and you touch the pan and you burn yourself, you won't listen to me. But the moment that you touch it and you get burned, suddenly your behavior will change on its own. We learn through experience. But if you look at the way that most people try to solve their problems, it's not through experience, it's through information. Oh, I have a problem, let me buy a book. I have a problem, let me listen to a podcast. Let me watch a YouTube video. And this is what we see, right? There are literally millions, if not tens of millions or hundreds of people, millions of people out there who are gaining a lot of information about change, but aren't actually changing. It's what?
Why is that? There's a quite complex psychological thing, because there's a certain type of person who is like a self-development junkie, but they never self-develop.
Yeah.
They go to all the conferences, they watch all the videos, they've got, they know all the words, but they don't actually put anything into action.
Yeah, so there's a lot of subtlety, but the craziest thing is that, see, anytime we engage in some kind of self-help kind of thing, it actually is a coping mechanism to deal with some negativity within us. So let's say that I feel like I'm lazy. So then my mind looks at me and says, okay, I'm lazy, I need to do something about it. And then it's really tricky, right? Because your brain sees two options. One is that I can do something hard, or the other is I can do something easy. And we have to understand this. The brain has evolved to be lazy. The brain has evolved. Laziness is efficiency. We want to get the most yield out of the smallest investment. So then what happens is our brain is like, okay, I could go to the gym, or I could watch a video about working out. And if I watch a video about working out, I will be more efficient when I go to the gym. There are all kinds of scams that we run in our mind to actually activate parts of our brain that make us feel like we're making progress without actually making progress. That's how you become a self-development junkie or self-help junkie.
On this point of psychotherapy not being perfectly designed for men, I was watching a clip before you arrived where a lady who's an author of a book that's just come out said that talking about our problems makes them worse. And I was wondering if that's true.
It can be. So I think this is a big problem, is that talking about our problems can absolutely make things worse. So let's understand a couple of things. So the first is that there's this assumption that talking about your problems makes them better, but there are actually very specific things that need to happen in order for talking about your problems to make things better. The most important thing is something called an emotional catharsis. So this is where you have a breakthrough in therapy. So there's this moment where there's a lot of dormant stuff, and Freud even described this, where you have this moment of very, very intense emotion that is relatively new. I mean, it's kind of dormant, but it's not like venting. We'll get to venting in a second. And so there's a particular way we have to talk about problems that triggers emotional catharsis. Emotional catharsis creates something called a breakthrough. So this is also an experience. So this is not just talking about my problems. This is experiencing my problems in a different way. So it's kind of like touching a hot pan. Usually it's kind of painful. So when we're doing work with a trauma survivor, we don't want to just talk about the trauma. We want to sort of dig into it a little bit more and have an emotionally healing experience. The real problem is that sometimes what will happen is people will just talk about their problems. So they'll use therapy as essentially a venting session. And venting, if we look at kind of the neuroscience of venting, venting is useful for reducing our negative emotion in the moment. But this is the really tricky thing. If we kind of think about it, I'll ask you, maybe you know this, maybe you don't, but why do we have negative emotions?
It's a signal.
For what?
I would guess that depends on the negative emotion, but I guess it's a signal that is there to help us connect with people.
Oh, Okay, so let's, I think it can be, sure.
Loneliness.
Loneliness is a great example of a signal that's designed to connect with you. What about something like anger or fear? Why do we have fear?
To warn us against impending danger.
Absolutely, right? So if I'm like running through the jungle and I see a tiger and I have fear, fear gives us information, and what else does it do?
Gives us a physiological energy,
Very good.
Adrenaline.
Absolutely. For what purpose?
To flee.
Absolutely. So this is a big thing that people don't understand. The primary motivator for change is actually negative energy, negative emotion. So this is the problem with venting. If you vent and get rid of all of your negative emotional energy, the drive to change will disappear. So if we kind of think about it, what motivates you the most? It's actually negative emotion. And you can literally look at like the neuroanatomy of things like the amygdala. So the amygdala is very close to the hippocampus, which is where learning and memory happen. So we actually learn the most through negative emotions. So if I've been happily married for 15 years and there's infidelity, right? One case of infidelity, the negative emotion from that one case of infidelity can drastically motivate me. So one of the biggest problems that I see is that we try to get rid of our negative emotions, and in doing so, we actually hamstring our motivational capability. So I've seen this a lot where people will come in and they'll go through like what they think therapy is, which is like, actually same guy, Mike, came in and he'd like kind of talk about his problems. And I was like, bro, I was like, Mike, is this helping? So I was still a trainee at the time. So he'd been seeing me for about 6 to 8 months. And I was like, you come in here and you kind of talk about your problems, but like you don't seem to be getting better. I didn't know how to do therapy at the time. And then he's like, isn't that what I'm supposed to do, is come in and talk about my problems? I was like, yeah, I think so. I was a second-year psychiatry resident, but I was like, is this helping? He's like, no. And I was like, okay, we got to do something else then. Coming in and just venting is not actually psychotherapy. That's not like, so talking about your problems, reducing your negative emotional energy can actually keep you stuck. And if you pay attention to people in your life, you'll notice that there's some people who just like bitch all the time, right? They're just like constantly complaining, they're constantly venting, and they don't actually do anything to change their life.
It's interesting because with the advent of social media, you now get reinforced by deficiency promotion, I call it. There's kind of these two types of ways that you can build an audience or a personal brand. One of them is idea promotion. These are my ideas. This is how I think about something. And the other that's emerged, which is really interesting and a little bit toxic, is like deficiency promotion. These are all the ways that I'm broken. These are all the ways that I'm inadequate. And you can build an entire audience around that which resonate with your inadequacies, and then that inadequacy that you get held there because that's the speaking appointments you get booked to do. That's what your book's about. Your book is about all the ways you're broken and flawed, all the stuff you've been through. And then it becomes your profession. And I watched that play out so many times. I'm like, I talk to my friends about it. I'm like, be careful of deficiency promotion, because you might accidentally build a revenue stream there, and then you're fucked.
Yeah, absolutely. I think what we see is that there's a lot of empathic resonance, right? So, and I think in some ways that's a good thing. So I think when I'm a broken human being, there are a lot of broken other human beings. The problem is when you're a broken human being, you don't feel like you're a part of society. You're like broken, and everyone else is out there living their lives and being positive. And so it can feel so relieving to connect with someone else, to realize, oh my God, I'm not alone, right? So I think with some of these deficiency promotion, and we see that a lot in like psychotherapy groups on trauma and stuff like that, where there's a lot of like trauma bonding, and there's also some weird ego there with like, I'm more broken than you and my trauma is worse than you, a lot of toxic comparison. There's a lot of stuff that can kind of go awry. But I think there's absolutely a reason why that's a way that you can build your brand, because there are a lot of people out there who feel broken and feel alone. And I'd rather be broken and with someone than broken and alone.
It's all about belonging at the end of the day.
Yeah.
All of these things are about, feeling like you belong.
Absolutely.
What role does dopamine play in all of this? Because we talked at the start about taking back control, but much of the reason, as I learned from Andrew Huberman, that it's hard to gain control is because we're in this sort of dopamine roller coaster in our lives.
Yeah, so I think dopamine plays an important role, but the one thing that I've really come to appreciate is that how little of a role it plays. So everyone is like hung up on dopamine, but dopamine, first of all, is a neurotransmitter, right? So dopamine is also like deals with things like smooth movement. So my ability to go like this is governed by dopamine.
You were waving your arm.
Yeah. just like so like anytime you have a smooth motion. So if we look at something like Parkinson's disease is a deficiency of dopamine. So there are all kinds of things that dopamine does. I'd say dopamine is like a letter in the alphabet for the brain. We use it in all kinds of circuits to create all kinds of behaviors. So dopamine is absolutely important. We'll talk about it, but I think that there's almost like too much of an emphasis on dopamine, and we oversimplify the problem when we focus too much on dopamine. I'll give you a really simple example of that. So one is, in my clinical experience, it's almost like dopamine and serotonin have an inverse relationship. So dopamine is what gives us a sense of pleasure. Dopamine also gives us behavioral reinforcement. But dopamine gives us pleasure, but will not give us contentment. So I've had plenty of patients who chase dopamine, right? And we know that, partying a lot, using a lot of drugs, having high adrenaline activities that all activate your dopamine system don't usually leave people feeling fulfilled and contented at the end of it. I've had plenty of millionaire playboys in my practice who tried that to find happiness and maximize the pleasure of their life, and it doesn't work. It's never going to work. And the problem with that is that our brain has this principle of tolerance. So the more that you activate your dopaminergic system, the more tolerance you'll develop to it. This is why people need higher doses of drugs to achieve the same goal. This is why people, when you first play a video game, it's a lot of fun. But hour 5, 6, 7, 8, it becomes less and less fun. And then you have old gamers like myself who are still chasing the beauty and the high of the games that we used to play when we were kids. So dopamine is almost like a scam neurotransmitter because it offers you pleasure temporarily, but in an unsustainable way. On the flip side, we have serotonin. So serotonin is associated more with contentment and peace. When we look at things like mood disorders, oftentimes what we're doing is improving the serotonin level, boosting the serotonin transmission in the brain. So peace and contentment is very different from pleasure. And these two things are almost inversely proportional and it's really interesting, you look at something like orgasm, which is a great example of this. So when you have an orgasm, you get a spurt of dopamine and you feel a ton of pleasure. And then after your orgasm, you actually get a rise in serotonin and you feel incredibly contented. The really interesting thing is that if your serotonin levels are high, you won't feel horny. So what'll happen is we know this because we give someone serotonergic medication. If we boost your serotonin transmission, one of the side effects is anorgasmia, and you can't have an orgasm. And then you also aren't as you're not as thirsty, okay? So this is one of the side effects. This is one of the number one reason why my patients stop serotonergic medication has to do with the sexual side effects. But if we kind of think about the neurotransmitters involved, right? When we boost serotonin, and we also see this in monks, who are super content and peace and they're not very thirsty, right? So if we kind of think about it, peace and happiness and contentment in life comes from serotonin. Dopamine is actually kind of the opposite. And the monks aren't thrill chasers, right? They're able to develop this internal sense of contentment. So dopamine is absolutely a part of the problem. It's a very important part of the problem. But I think that it's one piece in a larger whole.
Does this explain why people's sex lives typically get worse when they're comfortable, when they're married?
Absolutely. It's amazing how much science can tell us about the formation of relationships and falling in love that we just don't apply. So, being attracted, falling in love, developing a relationship,
Is that what?
This should make no sense.
Why?
If you have peace, you're content, your sex drive go down. We don't fucking up this thing.
It should, but it's how do you say it? It's people getting too comfortable not wanting to put the work in. So you're talking about that part?
No, I'm just in general. If you're happy, you're content, have peace, it's like your sex drive. Well, basically what he's saying goes down. So basically you gotta be on drama 24/7, so you're shaking. Basically the opposite of content and happiness is what?
Chaotic.
Exactly.
Can discreetly be described neuroscientifically. So being attracted actually starts in the thalamus. So the thalamus is our sensory organ of the brain. is kind of the sensory gateway. So it interprets a lot of sensory stimuli. So when I first meet someone, I'm like, oh, they look really good, right? It looks really fantastic. And I feel physically attracted to them. They smell great. Their laugh is beautiful. So the initial stages of attraction are all about sensory input. Then what happens now, this is what's really interesting. Falling in love is actually very dopaminergic. So this is what
you smell.
And smell. Attraction and smell.
The reasons why I think we're seeing declining birth rates. This is why it's like if you talk to people nowadays, like it's hard to fall in love. Everyone's dating, everyone's going out on dates and stuff, but like falling in love seems harder. And that's actually because of dopamine. So what happens is if you look at the phase of falling in love, what that involves is a dopaminergic connection. And a great example of this is like if we're going to dinner, right? And I put my hand out to see my hand. And then we're doing, we're gazing into each other's eyes, we're just holding hands. And then we feel in love. And if you kind of think about people in love, like it's like a dopaminergic high because that's literally what's going on. Now what you see, if you go to a restaurant and you people watch, I love to do, what you'll see is two people on a date, both on their phones. So what's starting to happen is we are like developing this dopaminergic tolerance through things like devices. We're actually exhausting our dopamine, which is something that a lot of people don't understand. We run out of dopamine because we're using these devices, and then we have none left to fall in love. And then there are later things in the relationship that are more serotonergic in nature, where it's not as much about pleasure, but it's about connection and all kinds of other stuff.
If you love the Driver CEO brand and you watch this channel, please do me a huge favor, become part of the 15% of the viewers on this channel that have hit the subscribe button. It helps us tremendously, and the bigger the channel gets, the bigger the guests.
No amount of fixing your life will make that kid go away. Right? So like when I work with people who are...
So what?
Better finish that one though later. But
that one's over. This one's something different.
Which one?
The one we were just listening to.
It's over?
Yeah. Went to this one.
How many minutes is that one? That one that we were just listening to.
This one's going back to.
Houston, are you?
That 22 minutes. I'm sure it wasn't full.
I thought it was because the other one was the one that put at first 19 minutes, but then switched to that one, so I thought that was
We spoke last time about men.
Yeah.
22 minutes and 56 seconds.
Because all his videos are 2 hours plus.
Right.
Ali Sadiq.
Houston, are you ready? Put your hands together for Ali Sadiq.
Start by saying this. In life, people make a lot of mistakes in their life, and you go through things, and you should have went right, but you went left. You know, you zig, you should have zagged. Things happen, but you don't get a chance to pinpoint a lot of times when you went wrong. And I don't know if y'all know about me, but I used to be a street pharmaceutical rep, which is very frowned upon. And I had enough time to think about how I got there, because you know I had 6 years in prison, so I had enough time to contemplate on the mistakes that I made. So I got it down to the exact year where my mistakes happened. So it's 1983. I'm 10 years old. Oh yeah, my mistake started very early. So sometimes, you know, people complain about certain things like, you know, I was raised without a father. And sometimes you don't know how lucky you are, you know, because if you had a daddy like mine, you shouldn't have just had one. You should have just went without. So 1983, my dad comes to my mother's house and he wants to talk to my mother about can he talk to his kids about living with him. Now the problem, this is the problem that.
What?
Tell him that I told you to call him. For what? Oh, he said it's your voice.
You want me to call him now?
Yep.
Yeah, he gets up at 3.
Tell him to call you. For what? Hey, he said he missed your voice.
Rise and shine. We've been up since, what time we leave? We've been up since 1. We had to go pick up his Amazon load. Jerry told me to call you. I know, I was dealing with a lot of stuff yesterday, phone calls and stuff.
Get that here.
Huh?
That truck is not there.
Oh, shit. Oh, I thought I saw something. You said what, Dad? You're in Portland. Oh. Well, we gotta keep our insurance and stuff. Okay, he's not. Hang on one sec. The truck in front of us just hit a deer. It's probably his truck. Oh, his light is out. You said what? Yeah. Yeah. Jerry wanted me to call you. He missed your voice. And your laugh. You don't answer nobody's calls. No, he pushed you in there. He
And when he called you, I just don't be looking at my phone.
said he don't be
But then he just called you, so we just talk from there.
He likes your laugh. We're headed home right now.
What are you about to do?
About to go to the shop.
Fix that bike?
He said he started it up the other day when I talked to him.
What are you going to color it? He going to color it?
He said, yeah, him and his scooter. He said he's about to be driving that scooter in the snow.
I want that girl one. It's fun to get one.
He said he's trying to have that bike done before his birthday. I said, you got a few more weeks. Yeah. At least painted. No, you were supposed to have it put back together and painted by your birthday. Better get to it.
I want to see it painted. I want to see it painted.
You said what? Yeah. What kind of Camaro? Oh, okay. Yeah.
So you want to get an electric motor? I have to take a picture.
Jerry said take a picture when you're done with
get done with the other two classes?
Huh?
Did he get done with the other two classes?
He said, did you get done with the other 2 classics? Yeah, they're gone.
Oh,
Yeah. You hear him?
what?
He said the one that you like, the one with the blue stripes on it, so that's what he's working on now.
Oh, you gotta send me one when you get done.
Yeah, don't forget to take a picture. Yeah. Line them up. That's what you said last week. Remember this conversation next week. Right? Talking to your paint gun. So I know you do. I walked when you were in the kitchen washing dishes, you were talking to yourself. And you know what? I think I do that too. Like, I think that's, I want to say, I guess I sometimes reverse what I'm saying. And then also the other thing that I noticed I do, that I noticed that you did, you watch the washer and I watch the washer. Making sure the closer get washed properly. Yeah, I've been doing that too. And then before you know it, you might as well just go ahead and put them in the dryer. Stay the whole entire cycle. Yep. Yeah. Oh, I believe. That's what I'm saying. I just launch his ass right off the counter. He said the cat better have wings because he's going to get launched off the counter. He's talking about his cat doesn't go on the counter and things. He said